All right, I've got 31, so I guess we'll go ahead and get started. I know after the lunch spot, people trying to find the room all the way at the end of the hall. Welcome, everyone. It's good to see some familiar faces in the audience and lots of new faces as well. Let's see. I imagine most of you are here because you have gone through burnout, you think you might be going through burnout, or you don't want to go through burnout. And so hopefully what you'll get out of this session is some practical tips and a little bit about my story. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Jason Hibbets. I'm a senior community architect at Red Hat. Most of you that I know probably know me from my work with opensource.com. So I worked on that project for almost 10 years. And now I've been moved over to help build a new community for system administrators. So if you came by the Red Hat booth yesterday, you might have seen me talking about Enable Sysadmin, which is our new blog for system administrators over at Red Hat. I've been at Red Hat for just celebrated my 17-year anniversary last month. Started off doing tech support, worked on some knowledge management stuff, got into content, and eventually got to be a project manager and a community manager, and now I'm designing ways for people to participate in communities. All right, so if you see stuff or hear stuff throughout the presentation, feel free to share it with your friends on social media, and we'll go ahead and get started. So it was about early 2017, and I was mentally in a pretty bad spot. For me, it was the perfect storm of stress, the kind that no one really asked for. Work was piling up to the point where I couldn't process all the things that were expected of me. I was training for spring half marathons, which should have been stress relief, but I was putting a little bit too much pressure on myself to perform at a high level. And then on top of the everyday family obligations, a surgery in our household turned us into a one-car family, which seriously added to the amount of pressure on me to provide and take care of the family. I was the one driving. I was the school bus driving everyone everywhere. Then I finally reached a breaking point. And it wasn't just one thing, it was the culmination of things. And it hit me from the blind side. It completely caught me off guard. I never thought that I would be a victim of burnout. I was aware of it from my work with community management. I was thoughtful of it for my community, but not really for myself. I just thought, not me. I've got this all under control. And I remember thinking that something was wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Something was really off. And so I distinctly remember the day when I cried at work in front of my manager, crumbling under all the pressure that I was putting on myself. And the faucets wouldn't stop. It was the most awkward moment in work ever for me. And it was a low point. But luckily, my manager is really awesome. I've been working with him for over 10 years. And he assured me that we would get through it, and we'd get through it together. And then he sent me home for the rest of the day and told me not to open my laptop, which was perfect. And I was hopeful and I was thankful that for the offer of help. I got some rest and I started to come up with a plan. And luckily for me, I had some vacation that was kind of the short target distance. That was about 3 weeks away. So my goal was to just get through those 3 weeks and get some R&R. And so when I finally went on that trip, I intentionally did not pack any technology t-shirts because I did not want to be reminded of work. And if anyone knows how many tech conferences I go to and how many t-shirts I have that are technology related, my wardrobe was a little slim pickings at that point. Let's see. So this whole kind of burnout experience for me was different. It wasn't a healthy win for me. It wasn't a healthy win for my team. And at the end of the day, I felt like I let everyone down, including myself. So when I look back, I was showing the signs of burnout. I didn't have much of an appetite. I was tired all the time. I was sleeping in, and it wasn't because of jet lag or travel. I was doing strange things. Like, I would work from the back of my car while I was carting the family around on the bus, which is totally weird. Like, I normally would never do that. I was cleaning off my desk like I was about to quit my job. I was exercising, but I wasn't getting the same endorphins that I was used to. And I wasn't really motivated to do the work that I normally love to do. I was feeling very blah, very meh, and I didn't even want to hang out with people that I love and enjoy to hang out with. So I scheduled some time with my annual physical, and I talked to the doctor about my situation, and they recommended that I see a psychologist. So I sat on the couch, and we talked things out, and at the end of the day, I was diagnosed with severe anxiety. which for me was close enough to burnout to know that I didn't want to know what true depression feels like. And so these are similar signs to depression, and I just kind of learned that lesson the hard way. So today what I'd like to do is kind of share a little bit more about my experience so that you can recognize the signs and avoid going down this path. So some of the tips and solutions that I'm going to share today may not work for your particular situation, so your mileage may vary, but hopefully you'll be able to take the tips and tricks and maybe modify them for your situation. And before we move on, I also wanted to say that it's perfectly okay to ask for help. This is something that's really hard to go through on your own. Ask a trusted coworker, ask a friend, ask a family member, and if for serious cases, please seek a medical professional. We're all human, and we need to help each other through the ups and through the downs. So working in open source communities, there's a lot of passion out there in open source and tech, and we push ourselves to contribute to projects. We join a community, we sign up for issues to resolve, and sometimes we take on more than we can volunteer for. So it's important for all of us to know the signs of burnout so that we can take measures to prevent burnout and reduce stress. So just a couple statistics for you. Gallup surveyed 7,500 full-time employees about burnout in 2018. They found that 23% of those workers said they felt burned out more often than not. But it's not just another survey that I looked up by a workplace app called Blind, which I really didn't know about. But they surveyed 11,000 anonymous industry professionals, and they found that 57% reported that they currently suffer from workplace burnout. So those are pretty high numbers, and we shouldn't want to be a statistic like that. So I found out that your passion can actually lead to burnout. And if you kind of generally think about passion, it means going above and beyond. But as I said, it can also lead to burnout. I'm willing to work the extra hours, I'm willing to push myself to perform, and I still am. But now that I've gone through this experience, I know the boundaries of what those extra efforts, where I need to stop pushing for those extra efforts. Our work needs to be balanced with things like recognition, rewards, and relaxation. So take your passion for work in your open source communities and make them work for you, but balance it with the tips I'm about to share. Lesson number 1 is that you should actually know the signs of burnout. Simply put, burnout is a form of depression where you are not motivated to perform the things that you are expected of at your job. It's not the occasional slacking off or the spring fever because the weather's nice. It's a buildup of emotional stress where you don't want to do what's asked of you. And also I found it really interesting that sometimes healthcare providers refer to this as compassion fatigue. See how we did that? The passion, compassion, really neat there, huh? There are numerous factors that can lead to burnout: too much work, too much travel, unclear expectations, unreasonable deadlines, a toxic work culture, or work-life imbalance. I remember one thing that was extremely abnormal in my situation, because I'm very social, is I started to separate myself from my team. And I don't know if they recognized it at the time or if they just said, oh, Jason's too busy and he's just doing his thing. But it would be things like, hey, Jason, want to grab lunch? And I'd be like, nope, I'm too busy. Or, hey, Jason, Matt's in town. You want to gotta go happy hour? And it's like, nope, I've got way too much work to do. And so those are little signs that you should work out and notice for people. And as I said, this is totally unlike me. I would normally have said yes to both those opportunities in most situations. So according to the Mayo Clinic, these are a couple of things that you can ask if you think you're experiencing the signs of burnout. I won't read them all, but I'll highlight a few. Are you becoming cynical at work? Do you lack energy to do things that you normally like to do? Are you using food, drugs, or alcohol to feel better or to simply feel nothing at all? And have your sleeping habits changed? I mentioned a few above that I was experiencing, but let's get a better picture of the symptoms of burnout. Sometimes people get really sick and really ill to the point where they can get diabetes. You may feel a loss of appetite or loss of interest in things you normally like. I was feeling separation from my team. I was, quote, too busy to be around them. I wasn't sleeping well. I would stay up late, sleep in longer, and ultimately this led to severe anxiety. One thing to note, it's very difficult to self-diagnose burnout. So you and your team should know the signs of burnout and hold each other accountable. One other thing to mention here as well is that you should listen to your body. If your body's telling you no, then maybe you should take a step back and analyze what's going on and try to piece together what's happening. The second lesson I'd like to share are techniques on how to prevent burnout. First, you need to take some time away from the job and plan time to unplug and unwind. This means planning vacations, staycations, other planned times away from work, whatever you want to call it. And it can be really hard to unplug because we've got a lot of pressures that we put on ourselves and obligations from work. In fact, I was actually just talking with a coworker as I was designing this presentation, and we kind of talked about like 3 different levels of time off. The first one, which I think is the best way to unplug, is I'm totally cut off, I'm not logging in, I'm not checking email, and I'm turning off notifications. And I'm probably only going to open my laptop for personal tasks and looking up restaurants or something like that. The second one is kind of a decent way to unplug where you're kind of checking in, but you're not as responsive as normal. And then kind of the blah way to unplug is, yeah, I'm available, I'll check emails, but I'm kind of away from the office life for a while. And I find that throughout the year, I tend to blend all 3 of those together because it just depends on where you're at and how you need to address stress and how you need to re-energize. But in my experience, you need to do a complete total checkout at least twice a year. In fact, I've done, for the last 3 years, I've taken 3 one-week vacations each year. And if you can get to that place, it's wonderful. And what I like about it is it feels like I'm in control instead of work controlling me. Number 3, it's really easy nowadays to stay connected 24 hours, but being connected all the time is not really healthy for any of us. One way to avoid always being on is to share what your availability is with your work family and your home family. And I find that my calendar is a great tool to do this. Let's see here. Sorry, I lost my track. But there are special times when you need to be more specific about your schedule beyond kind of like these dates are available. So for example, like if you're out of the office for a conference like SCaLE, or if you're on vacation, you should communicate your time constraints and availability with the people you work with in advance of that vacation time. So I've actually seen people use their email footer for this. Like, hey, on March 7th through 10th, I'm going to be in Pasadena, and I'm going to meet not as available as I normally am. You should also let people know if you're checking email, phone, and chat while you're away doing things. If you're on vacation, your answer should be, I am not checking messages until I get back from vacation. Use an autoresponder to set expectations. Again, share your schedule, but really also provide other contacts so that someone can get help without you needing to be there. Another best practice for my team, we have a shared Google Calendar where we share our remote and our away statuses. So anything outside of our normal core hours, we just throw something on the calendar so someone knows, hey, I've got a doctor's appointment this day. Number 4 is about imposing limits and sharing them. And so this can help you save time and prioritize things that are important in your life. You can set limits about like how much time you want to spend researching an issue before you ask someone for help. You can limit the time you spend doing email. You can block off time on your calendar to avoid interruptions. You can turn off chat and email notifications. I was recently setting up a meeting, and the colleague's calendar had a top block of time that said absolutely no meetings. So I figured that probably wasn't a good time to put a calendar invite for them. Another great example from my personal experience is attending meetups. There are so many meetups happening all the time. And in my area where I live in the Triangle region of North Carolina, I could go to 2 or 3 meetups in the same evening. So it was about the time when my daughter was, she was turning 3, and my son was turning 9, who's in the front row over here. And I realized that I wanted to be home in the evenings more to spend time with my kids. I didn't want to turn around 10 years later and like, wow, I met all these great people at all these meetups, and now my kids are all grown up and going off to college. So I decided to set a limit. I could attend up to 2 meetups per week. So that's 2 evenings that I could choose to opt out of the family stuff to go do work stuff or personal interest. And what really this policy for me, it made me prioritize which meetups were important and gave me more time with my family. Number 5, having a flexible work schedule or working remote can be great ways to address some of the after-hours work that we all sometimes have to deal with, or some of the extra things that just come up. But for me, the flexible work schedule is a little bit more about productivity, because I'm not much of a morning person. So I reserve my mornings for exercise. And so my morning workouts get the blood flowing, helps me prepare for the day, gets my brain ready to do the work or whatever needs to be done. And it's also great stress relief. And we'll talk about that a little later. So when approaching your schedule, I alluded to this earlier, but let your team know what your core hours are. So my core hours are from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So my team knows that usually I'm going to be available during that time. If something comes up, a work thing, a personal thing, just let your team know, right? I've got a doctor's appointment from 10 to 12, and I will not be available, or I'm doing a code push tonight, so I'm going to come into the office a little bit later today. Let's see. Oh, I mentioned that already. All right, so a couple other ways. If you have a late night code push, adjust your day to start later, or take off early at a future day. So figure out what that balance looks like. My team does code pushes usually in the morning, so when that happens, I just shift my day around. And so I'll get up early, I'll QA the code in production, and then I'll adjust my day later on. And I definitely don't want to give up what I call me time, which I'll talk about shortly. Usually what I find is that as long as your team knows your availability and what you're working on, they typically respect your time. Now, I know not everyone can have a flexible work schedule or work remote, so I encourage you to find ways to protect your mental health within your bounds. And one idea is maybe you could start a mental health interest group within your community or your office and see where go from there. Number 6, easier said than done than in practice. But I'd like to ask, do most of you know how you spend your time during the day? A few hands, maybe. Are you trapped in meetings? Are you spending hours answering emails? Here's a great exercise you can do. For 1 week, write down how you spend your time. And then analyze how you spend your time. Identify stressful things in your schedule and get rid of them, or reduce them, or maybe pair them with a stress reliever. Block out time for yourself. So for me, I block out every day from 8:30 to 9:30 to get my daughter on the school bus, and then to do a workout. Number 7, one of the worst abusers of how we spend our time is unplanned work. By a show of hands, I'm just curious, do you all agree or disagree with this? If you agree, all right, that's what I thought. Cool little company called PagerDuty conducted a study about unplanned work, and they found that 70% or more of technology staff are negatively impacted by unplanned work in 3 or more different ways. And they include heightened stress and anxiety, reduced work-life balance, and less time to focus on important work. My advice is to find ways to convert or transform unplanned work into planned work. Ask yourself things like, what can I automate? But avoid getting stuck in the cycle of, well, I'll automate that one day. Just take the time, do the math, and figure out if you can automate something, how much time it will free up for your future self. One technique that I use is to get tasks out of my inbox and into Trello cards. This allows me to not use my inbox as a task list, and then take unplanned tasks and get them organized and then prioritized. Another technique I use is to prepare as much in advance as possible so that if you do have unplanned work or fires that you need to fight, you can address them. This means identifying things that need to be done in advance so that you can avoid procrastinating things until they have to be done. The key for me when I plan meetups is do things that you know you can do in advance. You can schedule social media to promote the meetup. You can order their food in plenty of time without having to do it at the last minute. I'm working on the SCaLE thing tonight, so I asked all the speakers to get their slides to me Wednesday, and I still have to build that deck later on today, but they're all there ready to go for the most part. If you're in a team situation, is there a way that you can share unplanned work? Can you rotate who's on call? And are you documenting everything? You should document tasks you should document what you do so that your other people, I'm hoping you have a team of people, but if you have other people that are working with you so that you can cross-train and share the load. And definitely, if you have incidents that you're working on, document how you resolve those incidents so that you can create best practices for your team. It feels almost impossible to avoid unplanned work, so hopefully some of these tips can help you better manage it. Number 8, moving right along. I'd like to share some of the ways that to effectively manage stress. you should have some sort of stress outlet. It could be a hobby, it could be a sport, it could be an activity, something that frees your mind from work and other life demands. If you work on a computer all day, I might recommend that this activity be unplugged or offline. The activity could be painting, photography, hiking, reading, or anything else really that you find relaxing. My first go-to, as I mentioned, is for stress management is exercise. I'm addicted to it. I pretty much work out every day. I like to mix it up. I do cardio, weightlifting, swimming, running, cycling, surfing, high-intensity interval training. They're all kind of staples in my exercise. And I used to focus solely on running. I would train for 4 to 6 half marathons a year. But over the last couple of years, I switched over to triathlons. I really like the multidisciplinary part of the sport, swim, bike, run. In fact, only one person in this room might know this. I actually ran the Pasadena half triathlon this morning. I was really excited because it's a reverse triathlon. So you run first, and then you bike, and then you swim. And I realized, being out here in California, if you swam first, you might be really cold on the bike. But the pool was really warm, so it was awesome. I had a great time. Finished it in 1 hour and 3 minutes. It was great. All right, so this might sound a little harsh, but you can't help your team or your family if you're not in a good spot. So I love this analogy. If you've ever flown on a plane, they have a pre-flight safety checklist. In the event or loss of cabin pressure, an oxygen mask should drop down in front of you. Please put your mask on first before helping others. This is really important. In other words, make time for yourself, which I call me time, whether it's taking time for meditation, reading, exercise, or your favorite hobby. And my favorite tip here is avoid creating a habit of skipping your me time, and particularly in favor of work. In fact, you should protect your me time above all other things. Number 9, another way to reduce stress is to manage your time better. So time is our most precious resource. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with me for this 30-minute session. You've got to choose how you spend your time. Is it family? Is it work? Is it self? Is it social? It's up to you. Find ways to work more efficiently, more effectively, and make sure that you put yourself first. Again, it sounds harsh, but you got to help you before you help others. So I just wanted to give you a few tips on how to better improve your time. Your mileage may vary depending on how you operate. Use a calendar to help manage your time. Block off your me time and protect blocks of time so that you can get work done. Analyze how you do your time, as I mentioned earlier, and figure out where you can gain efficiency. Default to 30-minute meetings. Your meeting should have an agenda as well as a desired outcome. If you don't have those two things, you probably don't need a meeting. Plan ahead and use some sort of to-do list. It could be a notebook, it could be Trello, it could be whatever, however you operate. Start your day by doing the most important things first. This is one of my favorites. Don't waste time waiting. I hate waiting. I hate it. If you have to wait, find ways like a mindless task to do something. It could be a game on your phone. It could be small little tasks that you know you need to get done. Or maybe just use that time to relax. Batch similar tasks together so that your brain doesn't have to switch gears from moving from one thing to another. Learn how to delegate. This can be really hard for people who are high achievers or who just aren't good at delegation. And so my friend Deb Nicholson, we're not going to watch this, but if you get a copy of the slides, she has this great video, this great session called Delegate Like a Boss. She's got some really great tips in there if you need help with delegation. And number 10, there's a great article on opensource.com by Chris Short on learning the art of saying no. The first rule of saying no is to have an honest assessment of what your time and what your availability is and what your interests are. And I mentioned interest because if you don't want to do something, don't do it. If it's something you have to do for work, maybe you can negotiate something with your manager. Spend time doing things that draw out your passions. The hard part about saying no is that there's so much opportunity presented to most of us. It could be working on a new project. It could be traveling to a new place. That could all seem really exciting at first, but be practical about your ability to participate in those tasks. Put effort into something that you want to be proud of is a great filter to start with. Essentially, use logic and reason instead of committing to something based off your emotion. There's another great article on opensource.com by Jen Krieger about setting rules for avoiding burnout. She created some rules about saying yes in order to get better at saying no. So here are a couple of the questions that she goes through. Is it no, or is it not right now? Is it no, or is it not the way that you asked me to do this? Is it no, or can we do a little bit now and a little bit later? Is it no, or do we need to have a better defined goal before I can commit to it? And if it's yes, how do I know I can commit to the work? So those are some great tips from Jen. If it is a yes, if you do decide to decline an opportunity and you have to say no, do it with grace. One way to do that could be, normally, person, name, Jack, Jill, whoever, I would jump all over this opportunity. However, I just don't have the time right now to put the effort in to get the result that I think you'd want. And usually people are okay with that. Okay, as we wrap up here, please don't suffer in silence. Whatever you do to approach burnout, remember, you don't have to face it by yourself. Approach your manager, ask a trusted colleague, ask a family member. Get help before you burn out. You don't want to be on the other side of it. And again, seek medical attention if you think you have a more serious case. The good news is, at least in my experience, is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I had a really great support structure in place between work and family. And once I figured out what was wrong, I was able to devise a plan and to recover. And for me, that was mostly time away from keyboard. And that really helped me in my situation. Let's see. And I still have intense moments at work. Those don't stop. Sometimes the server goes down, or sometimes, something just pops up, then you need to take care of it. But right now, because of my experience and because my team went through this experience with me, I'm better equipped to deal with the situations because I've got limits, I've got boundaries, and I've got the support that I need to do it. If you are in a situation where you don't have an advocate, someone you can talk to at work, and you're not getting the support you need to put your mental health first. And that actually might be looking for a new job or a new opportunity. And the next slide is the one that you really all came here for. This is the whole top 10 list for you. Burnout can lead to fatigue, excessive stress, sadness, anger, insomnia, alcohol and substance misuse, heart disease, and many other medical conditions. All these things are not good for humans, or for your team, or for your family. If you're a manager in the room and you manage people or you lead a team, you have a responsibility to know the signs and symptoms of burnout, and you need to be understanding and supportive. Help those around you and under you to avoid burnout. This URL up here, the Burnout Index, is a short 10-question quiz that you can use to take anonymously to help assess your stress level. So I hope these tips I've shared today can help you out. Put yourself first. Reduce stress and prevent burnout. I'm going to share these slides out so you have all the resources available in here. And so I just want to give a hat tip. These are a lot of the resources that I use to put this together. And again, I'm Jason Hibbets, and I got burned out so that you don't have to. Sorry. And I'm happy to take questions. We've got some time to do that. Go ahead. I'll repeat it. Yeah, so the question is, how do you handle a situation where other people are working really intensely, maybe when you're not working, right, on the weekends or after hours? I catch myself doing this every now and then. Like if I start my day later, I'll work later. And so when I do those things, I'm not expecting people to return or answer the things that I'm doing. If you see it being really intense, you could just approach them and be like, hey, are you okay? Are you working too much? Are you doing too little? Or not too little. Are you in a place where you need to stop doing so much? This is funny. One of our leaders at Red Hat had mentioned something. They check their email. They're on Saturdays. And they recently said, I'm using the auto send feature in Gmail to send it at Monday morning at 8 o'clock because they didn't want to set the expectation that, hey, I'm doing email on a Saturday, so do you, right? And so I thought that was a really neat kind of analysis and being aware of kind of what that message could send. I would just, does that help? Yeah. That's a common situation. But again, I know like for me, like I do volunteer work for the Code for America, and so the weekends and the evenings are the only time I have to do that. And so maybe just kind of set expectations of like, hey, I'm sending this on the weekend, but I'm not expecting you to respond. Could be a great way to handle that. I saw a hand in the back with the ear. Yeah. So the question is around hyperfocus. Do you have an answer or a question? Okay, perfect. Yep. So for the recording, the question was about hyperfocus, and the solution was to use reminders and set schedules and try to stick with them, and ask for help if you have trouble sticking with them from coworkers. I also wanted to mention that I typically on Saturdays just don't even open my laptop at all, and particularly a lot of times on the weekend I just don't even want to go to it, and it's great because then Monday morning I'm like, all right, ready to roll. We'll go on this side. Saw a couple in the back. Cool. I saw a couple more hands right here in the second row. Yeah. So the question is, how do you handle unreasonable expectations and timelines? The best way to do it is, okay, if you want me to work on this, what do you want to take off my plate? So if you want something done tomorrow, what are we going to push back because I can't do all three or all four of the things you're asking me to do? Yep, I call that the dump truck backing up, and that was one of the factors that led to mine. Not, directly, but it was just the work was piling up, and I just couldn't keep up with it. And so I finally started to learn how to negotiate. Okay, well, if you want me to work on this priority, then this becomes deprioritized, and I'm not going to work on it. Or we can delegate and get someone else to work on it. Harder to do in person, I know. On the side. Yeah, so the question is around, we'll elaborate more on how my team at work was able to support me. As hard as it was at the time, I was like, I'm burned out, right? And just kind of like putting that out there, I think was a good kind of flag or caution for the whole team to be like, oh, I didn't even see it coming. And so we're actually much more comfortable talking about it now. And so, like I said, I went through it so they don't have to. And it's really just being able to recognize, like, oh, hey, Jim's working 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, and if that becomes a normal thing, we should probably mention something like, hey, we noticed you've been working really late nights, and is everything okay? Yeah, I think it was just being honest about the situation, and thankfully I have a really strong team that I think cares for me, and we kind of went through it together. But just being able to put it out there and be honest about it was as difficult for me personally, was the best thing to do at that time. Next. Yes, with a crown. Tiara, sorry. So the question is about kind of lots of email, how to handle it. I think probably a couple other folks have some ideas here, but I try to get rid of a lot of the automated emails that I don't need. I'm subscribed to a lot of mailing lists that I didn't sign up for, so I try to unsubscribe from those. The spam button is a great feature. Work email. Go ahead. So I'm gonna pause right here because it sounds like we could talk about that for a while. I'll take one more question, and then we have some really smart people here, so we can just create our own BOF out in the hallway if we need to. So one last question. All right, go for it. Yeah, so the question is around when you work, a lot of times volunteering for open source communities, that is after hours work, and it looks very similar to your day job work. If you could turn that into your day job, that would be the ultimate solution. However, I would just mention it's okay to take breaks and just be honest about the project. Be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to work on this project for the first 2 weeks of the month, and then I'm going to take the next 2 weeks off the project. And I think just finding that balance and letting people know of what your availability is will be really helpful. For me as a community manager, if I know someone is particularly working at opensource.com, and we ask people to write for us all the time, and they go, hey, I'm really busy for the next 3 weeks, so you're not going to hear from me. I'm like, cool. Well, I'm not going to contact them for 4 weeks because I'm going to give them that extra week. And it's just kind of finding ways like that to kind of help people with their availability, so to speak. So Well, hey, this has been really fun. Thank you all for, again, spending your time with me, and enjoy the rest of SCaLE.
choice.
Hopefully the leveler, since I'll be doing.
And it should be at a good level, but I can adjust level at the mixing board if
Okay.
you have noise in the room, background noise.
Testing 1, 2, testing. Does that sound good? You guys hear it okay? Overall, this noise?
They'll bring up just a smidge, they'll come in and shuffle papers.
All right. Oh, no, I think that. Well, and I'm talking. If I start my normal voice, then this is probably okay.
I'll swing the light and come back.
Awesome.
And his backup plan, here's a wireless
Perfect.
handheld.
Okay.
Check 1, 2.
Perfect. Yeah. Awesome. So we'll give it a couple more minutes here. I think I still have 3 till on my watch. You guys having a good conference so far? Yeah? Good. Did you guys stay for a live voltage last night? The comedy show kind of thing? It's kind of fun. Yeah, I was there for a big chunk of it. It was, I mean,
I think it'd be pretty funny at times.
yeah. And the room was pretty crowded, so, that was kind of nice. I took a, selfie of the big room. And, a lot of British humor, and understandably so, since two-thirds is British, so. Hello, hello, come on in. Ooh, don't touch. I see what you're talking about now, my typo. I didn't even notice until I was like, what typo? It's a SCaLE 18X. And I created this to this, like a couple of days ago, and I still put 2019 on there. There. We haven't started yet, so it's not official. Thank you, Dave.
I just was checking my calendar to make sure I wasn't.
And I thought you were talking about the 18X part. And I'm like, that's right. Sorry, whatever. Well, I have straight up 3 o'clock. We might as well go ahead and get started. And people can come join us. And if we end up early, you guys can have a few extra minutes and go get some more swag. Sound good? All right, my name is Patrick Swartz. I'm a solution engineer, pre-sales engineer, whatever they want to call it today for SUSE. I've been there about 2 years now. Was a long-term customer of SUSE before that. So, yeah, I made up green. So, if you guys, anybody in here from Red Hat? Yeah. So I love Red Hat too. I mean, you guys are good. Yeah, competition's good, right? Anyway, so today we're going to talk about this open source project called Uyuni, and and just what it is. This is kind of a phase 2 of my last year's talk. I gave the same talk last year, or I gave a talk on Uyuni here last year as well, a kind of introduction to Uyuni. And this is meant to be kind of a phase 2. However, it's just kind of a recap. Has anybody ever heard of Uyuni before today? No. Has anybody heard of Spacewalk? Okay, the Red Hat project that lasted for a long time. In enterprise world, it was called Satellite Server, and it went up to Satellite Server version 5 before Red Hat decided to shift gears and go a different direction with the product and rewrote it for Red Hat Satellite 6. Well, Spacewalk continued on, and well, that is blurred out, isn't it? You know, it was an open source project. It kept going for many years after that, and as Red Hat Satellite version 5 is becoming end of life this year, they decided that, you know, anybody in the community wanted to take on the project. SUSE said we would do it. They said, anybody, really? Nobody's going to respond? And we're saying, like, we'll do it? And they're like, no, okay. So we forked Spacewalk, and it became Uyuni. And what is Uyuni? Well, first, where did the name come from? The name Uyuni is actually a reference to a city in Bolivia that's on the edge of the world's largest salt flat. Why is that important? Well, salt, and hence Salt Stack, and kudos to our compadres that are here from Salt Stack in the booth. You guys should go visit them. A lot of the underlying functions out of Uyuni come from salt. And so, as homage to salt, the project's name's Uyuni. So, long way around to say, you know, fun name, can't pronounce it. But what is it? Well, it's an automated way to do patch management, package management. It allows us to easily onboard systems and give us that console by which we can see all of our systems. And when I say all of our systems, I mean literally just practically any Linux-based system today we can support. We can support, obviously, OpenSUSE. We can support the enterprise SUSE, SUSE Linux Enterprise. We can support Red Hat Enterprise Linux. We can support CentOS. We can support Ubuntu 16 LTS. We can support Ubuntu 18 LTS. And, you know, later this summer we'll be able to support Ubuntu, 20, going to 20 LTS this summer. We'll have that in here as well. So Uyuni is now the open source project by which all of that combines. And so it gives us that single tool to do automated deployments. It gives us a single tool to do automated system configuration, patch management, repository management. As I was giving an example earlier today on a repository, say you're pointing your system to, you know, the upstream channel, right? And you patch a whole bunch of systems today. And then tomorrow you got to patch the other half of the systems. Well, overnight, one of those packages got upgraded. And now the patches you did today are newer than the ones you did yesterday. Well, Uyuni gives us the ability to create what I call lines in the sand, the ability to control repositories. And so we can say that when I patch my systems, I know exactly every system that's pointing to that set of repositories are going to be identical to the ones before it. And I can now start in version 4 of this, or version 2020 now, I should say. We changed the versioning scheme. Gives us the ability to create very specific lines in the sand. And we're going to talk about some of that. We can get very detailed compliance on our systems. You know, security is a key point about how to manage our systems today. How many times does InfoSec come down and say to you, oh, you know, there's this CVE that's out. You know, how many systems are affected by this CVE? Well, we can actually use the tool to find out exactly how many systems are affected by that CVE and patch them all within a couple of clicks. So it gives us that complete life cycle, because as admins, and if you could actually read that, you know, it talks about patches and updates, configs, and install software, doing account management, password management, the ability to do, you know, system security, all of that falls to the systems admin, right? A lot of responsibility. So today in version 2020.01, and we've changed the way we are naming our versioning our systems now. We now include CentOS 8, RHEL 8, and of course SUSE Linux Enterprise Server expanded support for RHEL 8. So we can include that into Uyuni as well. We now include the ability to add, automate the deployment of Grafana and Prometheus and set up Prometheus node exporter on all of our systems, and a way to then add monitoring to our systems with Grafana and Prometheus. This idea of formula with forms. Now, this is something I did a bigger demo of last year, but we'll look at it a little bit again today. We've added a lot more enhancements to this, and it gives us the ability to create behind the scenes a set of forms, if you will, okay, that allows you to predefine what you want. Because let's, for example, bind, okay, if we want to deploy bind config has a million options in it, right? Well, maybe you don't want to give everybody the access to all of those options. Maybe you want to give them, 2 or 3 to be able to modify, or SSHD config. Maybe we only want to expose, maybe port number, or the banner pieces. We only want to expose those pieces that we want to change. We can create a form now with formula with forms that will then give the administrator, whoever's on the system, they will drop down and say, I want to change the banner to this, and I want to change the port to that, and that's it. And they can't change anything else about OpenSSHD, okay? This content lifecycle management, this is what I'm going to spend a lot of time on today with this filter idea. This is where we get into that repository management, that line in the sand to create very detailed functions or repositories, what we want to have in our system, okay? And again, the enhanced support for Debian and Ubuntu systems. There's still some things in Ubuntu that it's out of our control, like we can't do CVE management in Ubuntu, just because they don't provide that metadata in their packages. We can't do that. So, and of course, this is kind of a fun thing with the virtual machine management with LiveVirt, which I'll show some today as well. This is kind of some of the newer things that the community, and again, this is a community open source project, so we're looking for more developers. If you've been, like to develop, like to play with this kind of stuff, join the project. I'll give you the link at the very end here. So we're going to look at some of this today. Right now, as a matter of fact. I told you I don't like a lot of slides. And so what are we going to look at? We're going to look at, real quick, some of the monitoring pieces and how Grafana and Prometheus works, and how we use that within SUSE Manager, or Uyuni. And if I use the two terms, SUSE Manager and Uyuni, please forgive me. They're the same product. One's open source, one's enterprise supported. Okay. If you want support, you get SUSE Manager. If you want to do it on your own, you go Uyuni. We're going to look at one formula with form use case with SSSD. How many people utilize SSSD to join your machines to Active Directory, okay, or any other account management infrastructure. So we're going to look at a use case using the SSSD formula with form, and there's another one that I want to show as well. We're going to go into a lot more detail on the content lifecycle, and then we're going to play with some virtual machines. All right, so that's what we're going to do for those. Let me blow this out of here. And I apologize, I've kind of blown this up a little bit. Can you see it's kind of okay? I know it's awful bright. And our next release actually introduces a dark skin mode, or whatever you want to call it. But this particular release, you can see I'm on the 2020 01 version, and it doesn't have that, unfortunately. So anyway, all right. So right off the bat, what we have here, this is the main primary interface. This is our overview interface. It gives us a chance to look at systems that maybe not have been talking to us in the last little bit. I've got some systems that have gone inactive on me. Maybe I want to know that, right off the bat. I can see systems that have critical updates and how many security patches are running against them. This is my top 10. I don't have that many systems on this box. What was the most recent actions that have been applied? I can see admin suspended a virtual domain, resumed a virtual domain, applied a high state, if you're familiar with SALT. That's the terminology of applying a high state to a machine. You can see I failed a couple of high states. The action actually failed, so I can see what happened. Uyuni gives us also the ability to create organizations. And so I can have, in a somewhat multi-tenant world, I can have an organization for maybe my Pasadena team versus an organization, and then they have their set of servers, and I can have another organization for my Provo team, and they can have their set of servers, and that can all be done within the same infrastructure. And so I can have multiple organizations, and then I can have multiple users within those organizations that have roles, okay? And so that's why it's important to see who the user was that were doing these, okay? And at this time, I'm in the organization of SCaLE 18X, just the single organization. So I can see all kinds of stuff that have happened. There's my most relevant security patches that are out there. I've got system groups. It gives me the ability to create specific groups so I can apply things to the whole group if I wanted to, for example. Or and groups can overlap. You can have a Zen type of group mentality. You know, everything that's in production, that's a RHEL 7. You know, everything that fits in the combination of the two, apply these set of patches. So I can create overlapping system groups, which works really nice in my world. And I can see the systems that have been recently registered. So, but the first thing I wanted to show you real quick is, how many familiar with Prometheus and Grafana? Somewhat familiar with, a little bit familiar with, not at all familiar, okay. Well, there's two pieces. Prometheus is an ability to pull system metrics out of a machine. And you can get data from a machine about what the machine is doing. Okay, and what we do and how it relates to System Manager or Uyuni, we have the ability to, if I want to look at a system here, and let's just pick on this guy real quick. I can say I want to send to that machine the Prometheus exporter, okay? And they're called node exporters. So I want to configure that box to send his data to the Grafana or to the Prometheus server, and then at the same time, then I have Grafana, then is the visualization side of that, so I can now visualize all that's happening inside of Prometheus. So I can configure this, and this again, I can see here this particular form, and I've got the node exporter is enabled, and I can provide specific arguments if I need to. Maybe I've got it set up to listen on some other address besides the standard 9100 address. I can configure that here. Maybe this is an important Apache server. We ship with 3 primary node exporters: the system node exporter, Apache node exporter, and Postgres exporter is what we ship with by default. There's a lot of others out there that can be added to the system. These are just the ones that come predefined in the infrastructure that you can download and start with. But if I wanted to start grabbing all of the metrics out of my Apache server, I could enable that, apply the states, and I would start getting the data from that machine. Okay? So that's how I would quickly enable to add a machine, and we're going to do that real quick here. Let's look at, let me go back to my system list here, and if you can see over here, make sure I can walk, I've got some systems that are just listed as salts, and I've got some that are listed as salt with monitoring. Okay? You can see that now I can see which ones have monitoring and which ones don't. All right, let's pick on one of these here, and we'll pick on OpenSUSE Elite 15 number C, okay? But if I notice, I think he's paused at the moment. So let's pause and go back. Let's go back upstream just real quick here. Let's look at the virtualization side, and they'll all come together real quickly. So I've got my laptop here, this poor little, well overabused Dell XPX 13 box is maxed out. And I can see that he is my KVM host. All these demo machines are running on this little laptop, okay? Poor thing. Anyway, so he's my KVN server. And I've got, because let me go back to my systems list real quick and show you something down here. You'll notice his is slightly different. His says virtualization host, okay? So now I know that that's my virtualization host, and it's my laptop. So I can click on him. And because he's my virtualization host, I have more menus up here, one of them being virtualization. And because I can see that, now I can see all of my VMs that are running over here in Virt Manager, okay? I can now manage them. I don't have to use Virt Manager to manage them. I can manage them right from this interface, okay? And for example, I can see some of these are stopped, some of these are running, and this one is paused. 15B is paused. Well, if you notice, if you can watch over here, see this, the icon here, I can definitely see it's paused. So let's go ahead and unpausing, click on run, and boom. Okay, he started up now. So we'll let him give him a chance to get, memory started and all that kind of stuff. But let's go back to, while we're here, we might as well stay here for a second. This is a feature I'm really excited about, and this is going to continue to get better over time, okay? And this is brand new with this 2020 version 01 feature. The ability to actually get a remote console within this interface, okay? So right here, I can see I've got an icon for a monitor, for a graphical console. And I can click on that guy. It opens up a new tab, and voila, I have a remote console to that machine. And sure enough, just to prove that I'm not lying, voila, I'm there, okay? I know it's hard to see, no, it's really, really hard to see. Move forward or take my word for it. But, I'm excited about that. And this is very infant, it's at a very infancy stage right now with this. There's some glitches. I mean, Ubuntu 16, it's and I don't know if it's because of Splice or KVM that I'm using underneath, but it doesn't like to. It's not real happy sometimes. But it'll even work with. I was able to get Ubuntu 18 and a GUI actually as well. So let's see. That one's not running. Here we go. So let's see. Cross our fingers and let's see what happens here. I was afraid of that. So let's just close that real quick. And let's try that again. There we go. Okay. So it's got some glitches, and it could be just because of my environment of this laptop and running out of memory, whatnot. But, I would, if I had a bigger machine, I'd like to see if that's the case or not. But for this demo, I just want to show you that I can get to the graphical interface. There's options within that you can try. Here, I can see I can add memory, CPU count. I can look at what type of file system or bus system. I'm setting up the VirtIO. I can see what my CD-ROM is set to, my network defaults, my MAC address. And this is probably where I need to play with some, the graphics. Is it Splice or VNC? Or maybe there's some tweaking I need to be done there. Okay. So I can manage that all from here. All right. Now let's go back, since we had a chance to, everything's running that I want to have running at the moment, and go back to my system list and look at the one that we were back on the monitoring. We said that we had one here that didn't have monitoring running, and the one I wanted to pick on was this guy right here, okay? And before I do that, though, I want to show you this is the Prometheus interface on my monitoring server. And I can see I've got clients. I've got 2 out of the 4 actually running up. And I can see data about that. And when the last time it was scraped, you know, they use the idea that data is scraped off of a system and sent in. And then I can see my Uyuni server, because I can monitor, now I can actually monitor my Uyuni server as well. You know, all the things going on with it, the Postgres SQL data, you know, if it's in good shape or not, you know, where is it, you know, when was the last time it was running at 100%, which was a lot today. But you can see I've got 2 out of 4 of my clients. And then looking at the Grafana interface, and I got, here I can the ability to see whether it's the clients or I can see my Uyuni server. And you can see here, I can highlight an area and zoom in on that space if my mouse would work like I want it to. Okay, so I'm able to zoom in then on a time window within Grafana. And I can see that, yep, sure enough, it was, load average was pretty high at that point in time. Okay, I can see my network traffic, my CPU is, you know, definitely at 100%, and my disk I/O and whatnot. Okay, so let's go back over here to my system, the one we're going to pick on, and we're going to go over here to formulas. We're going to scroll down here to Prometheus Exporter. All right, that's the one I want to send to that machine. I want to save them. That just, all I did was add another menu up here to give me the ability to now modify what I want to do if there's anything. I just want the standard node exporter or the other 2 we talked about. Okay, we're just going to do the standard. I'm going to save that, and now it tells me I have to apply a salt high state to this machine. So I'm going to apply that high state, and it comes up and shows me all that's going to happen to the machine. When I click on apply, what's all going to happen? And I can scroll down through here, and I can see exactly, there's my node exporter piece. It's going to install this package called GitHub Prometheus Node Exporter. Make sure it's installed, and here's where it's going to get it from, and what permissions it's going to apply. It's going to make sure it's going to require this, and it's going to watch this service to make sure it's running. Okay, so this is all good salt stuff. And how many people know salt or a little bit know a little bit about salt? Okay, it's amazing stuff. Let me tell you. Yes, I'm a fanboy. So anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and apply this high state, and you can see it's been scheduled. I can go up here to my events now. I can go to I can see that it's pending. If I click on that a couple of times, it'll kick off here in a second. I can look at history of what's been done. Anyway, there we go. So it's gone in now. It's been picked up. You can see the status means the two-way the systems are working together to apply that high state. And we can watch that happen for a few seconds. You can see the applied high state is almost done because now I see this package refresh got kicked off. So now the system is refreshing to know what packages are installed on this machine. Okay, and so the refresh is almost complete. The high state completed, and now my package refresh has been completed. Okay. Well, now I go back over to this page, and I switch this back from the Uyuni server to the clients, and I narrow this down some so I can see. And sure enough, now I have 5 of them instead of 4. It just automatically picked it up and sent my data. And if I look at the Prometheus page, I can see, if I refresh this page, I can see I now have 4 out of 5 that are actually up. And it actually refreshed one of them that was showing down earlier. Now only have the issue with the Ubuntu 16. And that's because there's a package problem with Ubuntu 16 and the age of the Prometheus node exporter package that I've got to figure out yet. But that was kind of cool. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a ton of monitoring tools that I know out there, right? You know, and a couple of good vendors that are here. But just for something simple that you can configure open source wise, and you can manage it from the single interface of Uyuni, and to be able to see what your systems are doing, I think there's a lot of advantages to this option. I can see the number of cores, how much memory, the status of it, the root file system. Let's go to one that's been up a little longer. Let's go to A, okay. I can see my system load averages, you know, my disk space usage, my mount points, and all of this is configurable. What do you want to scrape, okay, for the machine? So that's kind of cool. All right. So we've looked at a little bit on our Prometheus and Grafana. We've looked a little bit on the forms. Let's go get a different formula. Let's look, while we're picking on this guy, we're not actually going to run this one, but we'll look at it. See, these are the formulas that come with the system by default. Bind, DHCP, locale, system lock, THCP, virtualization host, VSFTP, even the CPU mitigations. If you want to turn those on or off or set them to auto, you can even do a formula for that. There's my monitoring. Well, right here, this under security, this is one that I added, okay, with a team of folks from SUSE. We worked together and created this. Actually, they created it. I'm abusing it by showing it to you guys. I'm going to add that one so we can look at that real quick. Save. And now I've got a new one up here. This one gives me the ability to do my SSD configuration. And right now I've got these, it's set up as a drop-down right now. But I could have set this particular as a field. So I could type it in. Or in the background, I could have put in, these are the only two I want you to show, and I want you to show them as a drop-down. So now the admin, he only has two choices. There's no, there's no guessing, there's no mistyping. I mean, because some of those domain names can get really long, and so I can control what is being selected here, okay? And I can control which domain controller, what's the AD account, and you can see this one is actually a free-flowing field, okay? So I can type in my user, AD master user, okay? And then that particular AD master user's password, and it's hidden, okay? I can look up my directory, and this is another one of those that can get, if you mistype it, it's just not going to work, all right? This gives me the ability to create that drop-down to say, I want you to go into this LDAP group, not this LDAP group, again, and then which Active Directory work group do we want to join, okay? But we know there's a lot of other SSD and Active Directory and LDAP configuration options. But these are the ones we're able to narrow down to make available. And these could have been, these are text state files on the backside of in the command line. We can go back and edit to change the options that are listed here for the formula. And if I were to save the formula, I can then apply the high state to that box. Since I don't have I was trying to play with this, get it set up so I could hit my Active Directory service that's running in Azure, but I wasn't guaranteed that I'd have good network access out to Azure to do that. So, sorry. All right. Any questions so far? I know I've been rambling on for a half an hour now. Okay? All right. So let's go look at what another really cool function that is a lot different, that's continuing to expand and grow. And this is the idea of content lifecycle. The ability to create life cycles around the content that we send to our systems or make available to our systems, right? And so let's look at, you can see I've got a couple of environments here for the OpenSUSE guy. And I can see that the project is on its 5th revision right now, okay? I can see that on revision 3, I added a filter to remove the 32-bit Apache packages. In revision 4, I went ahead and added the 64-bit Apache packages. So let's say, for example, you get your Apache binaries from somebody else. You don't want them from your OS vendor, okay? Because you're getting them through a third-party supported company, right? So you don't want to get the two packages confused. So why even include them in your repos from the OS side? So now I can exclude them from the repositories that I'm going to provide that I get from upstream, okay? And then I can set up a third-party repo and keep that one in sync and provide Apache that way. All right, so here I can say, what are my sources? I can see my sources, the base channel is my leap, and these are the the child channels, if you will. And you can see these are my filters. I'm set up in deny this filter, deny package containing Apache 2 asterisk 586. So if the package has that string in it, deny it. And this one, same thing, Apache 2 dash star, the wildcard, x86-64. What if I wanted to create a filter for that date that we talked about, okay? I could say this is deny prior to, what is today's date? March 8th, March 7th? March 1. So I want to, after March 1. Those are the ones I want to deny. After March 1, okay? I can set here, these are my types of filters that I can create, and you can see I've got an issue date option. And here I can say matches equal greater than or equal to, and I can set my date up here. And I said I want to do March 1st at 0 hours. I'm going to deny them. All right? So I can create that filter, and I can see that I've got and it's in green here because since it's not been built yet. I can see that in my I have what we consider life cycles, or the environments. And so at the moment I've got two environments. I've got a test environment and I have a dev environment. So if I have a group of test machines and I'm pointing them to the test environment, my test set of repos, and that's where I'm going to do all of my generic, does this work or not? And if I say yes, that everything worked like I expected it to, I can then promote that set of repos into my dev environment. And now my client, I never had to touch the client. The set of repos that they see, when they do a zipper refresh or a yum repo list, are just going to, oh wow, there's different packages there now. I didn't have to go out to that machine and change all the repo files to point to another repository. Okay, I just updated the repository they're looking at. But I was able to control all of the repositories that they work at from right here. Okay, so I can say I'm build, and I can say what did I do to this? Added filter date. Okay, and I can see the filters. The plus shows me it's the new one in good get format. Okay. And now it's going to start cloning those channels into the test environment. But you can see my dev is still back at version 1. Okay? And if I look back up here to my software, and I look at my channels, okay, I can see my OpenSUSE test environment. There's that test word, and there's my dev word. And I can see, if I point machines to this set of repositories versus this set of repositories, and when that gets done building, this number over here will change. Okay? Make sense? Kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to do with this? So I can start creating very specific, very regulated repositories. Maybe for like RHEL, for example, or CentOS, that in their, when you go out to the primary repo from, or CDN or whatever, it includes all of the, the dev packages along with the primary package, right? Well, I want to filter all that. I don't want to make those available. I don't even want the systems to see them. So I can filter, deny anything that, that has this package name in it, okay? And so it gives me very, very tight control of my ability to then make packages available to a system. And now I can, from that, because I'm able to manage so many types of systems, I can do that all from one location. With other types of management control, and for better or worse, and it's just the way that you've chosen to do it. On the satellite server, for example, you can only manage Red Hat. You can't manage Ubuntu. You can't manage OpenSUSE if you had it, or can't manage SCaLE if you have it. But we live in a very heterogeneous world. I mean, I work in a lot of environments that have both Red Hat and SUSE, in their environments. And it's very common, especially with SLES for SAP, and that market is just getting bigger. So admins, and I'm a 20-year admin, so I have a heart for administration, needs a way to control and manage all of our systems without having to do it this way for this systems and this way for that systems. And Uyuni or SUSE Manager gives us that flexibility. Okay, so while that's doing that, let's look back at what did I say I was going to cover. So we looked at the monitoring in Grafana. We looked at some SSDs. We kind of got the idea of how the formula could work. If you need me, we can go out to the system and actually see the text for that. Any slides? Oops. There we go. We kind of looked at the content lifecycle and kind of get the idea of how we can be, the idea of creating a life cycle around the content that we give to a system, right? And we kind of played a little bit with the libverts and the idea that we can now manage our systems if we're using KVM as our virtual machine management infrastructure, which I think is, kind of fun, especially in a test world. Maybe not in the enterprise with in the enterprise tools, but maybe in a test environment, a lab environment. This gives you the ability to control those without having to have, bring up Vert Manager and whatnot. So any questions so far? I mean, we're at 20 till, I've been talking for 40 minutes now. It's your turn to ask something or thoughts. Anything you want to see deeper? I can go into a lot deeper. These are the kind of the points that I wanted to bring up. When the team here asked me when I submitted my talk, and they said, "Was this the same talk you gave last year?" I said, "No, it's a newer talk. I want to talk about the things that are newer from last year, and this is what I hope I relayed. But since you guys didn't see last year's talk, I want to make sure you got an understanding of where we were anyway. Thoughts, questions?"
So you showed virtual machines and so forth, and I think I recall that it works with containers. How about the other layers, for instance, in a Kubernetes environment? So I can look at nodes, I can look at pods. Where's the limits drawn around how native works?
There's a lot of work being done. We can look at and we can audit containers, and we can rebuild containers if we find the container has a particular CVE audit against it. So we can definitely manage containers as well as VMs. You get below that, no, probably not yet. But definitely with containers, and so we can manage those. We can audit them and rebuild them, deploy them. I just don't have it set up in my demo for this little example, but if you want, I have another machine I can probably bring it up and see that. But yes, we can manage and deploy and audit and deploy, configure containers for sure. That's a good question. Thank you, Dave. The question was about containers. Can we manage containers? And yes, containers, not so sure about pods. Other questions, thoughts? Yes, sir.
With VMSs, you were talking about like sure, so we have a lot of instances we spin up, right, and then they go away, right, depending on. I know Prometheus has like kind
No, because we're sending out a node explorer to the node itself, and then once we deploy that package to the system and configured the way we tell it, what are we listening on, and we have our Prometheus server listening for those, they'll show up at that point. But no, we don't have a way of doing right now auto discovery in that kind of mentality that it just shows up, unless the package is already deployed to a machine and already pre-configured. Do we do that? Okay. Other questions? I want to show you real quick, while we're here, a little bit about SALT, okay? Since SALT is the underlying infrastructure about what a lot of this was running on. And let's see, where do I want to go? Configuration, channels. Oops. Configuration. Uh-oh. And the one thing you need Virtual Machine Manager for is when your Virtual Machine Manager interface dies. I ran out of memory on my laptop is what happens. And Uyuni shuts down when I run out of memory on my laptop. You can see all the VMs that I have running on this little 16 gig laptop. And when it gets unhappy when I do some of these, and so I've learned that this guy will shut down. Even in real life, we don't recommend running Uyuni with less than 10 gig of memory to itself, and preferably 16 gig for a lab and 32 gig for production type of idea, because there's a lot going on here, and so I'm really stretching the limits of this little laptop. So I apologize for that. But while we're waiting for it to reboot, sorry. Any other questions? If you want to know more about SALT, for sure, go talk to the SALT site guys. They're, they have a great booth going on today, and there's a lot we do with SALT. The Uyuni server is a full-fledged SALT master, and the idea of SALT, if you're not familiar with it, it works off of the idea of a 0MQ bus, meaning that there's not a direct communication between the minion, as they call it, the client, and the master. The master puts information out on the 0MQ bus. The minions are listening to that bus, and if they go, hey, that thing on the bus, it belongs to me. And then it responds to it. It runs the action and puts the information back on the bus. The master listens to the bus and then is able to understand what happened, okay? And that's how SALT works in a very small grain of data. So the idea, look at that, I'm maxed out. So the ability to, run, and everything's done in parallel. I mean, how many times have we created shell scripts that do for loops across a list of systems? I've got a text list of all my boxes, right? And I do a for loop to hit all of them to do something. I mean, how many times have we done that in our careers? Too many, right? Well, with SALT, it gives us the ability to I want to do something to all my systems. I put the data out on the 0MQ bus from the master. I have all of the systems listening to the bus all at the same time. Everything happens almost instantaneously, okay? So I can scale now massively and get almost instantaneous results from, tens of thousands of nodes, back. Because I'm not waiting for that for loop to hit machines, I can get data instantly from all of them, or I'm not waiting for an SSH connection to go back out and back, like other configuration management tools use. And so SALT gives us that flexibility and the expandability to hit all of these machines very, very quickly. And so that's why, the developers for Uyuni, system manager, decided back about 3 years ago to transition the underlying infrastructure from the original traditional mode, which used what was called Open Systems Action Daemon or something, OSAD, or OSAD, to SALT. And so we're still in that transition, and still a lot of things are still happening. Are you back yet? No. Oh, maybe. Yay. All right. So let's look at that real quick. And let's look at this one. That's not the one I want. So if you look at this, can you guys see that kind of okay? I can, oops. There, that a little better? Okay, so what I'm doing here in 8 lines of code, and it's all in YAML. I know some people really, really don't like YAML, but oh well. I'm saying this is my initial, can be preform or freeform, anything I wanted to call it. But I'm saying command.run, and this is going to run on, of course, Red Hat systems. I'm going to say subscription manager config --s rhm auto enable yum plugins equals 0. So I'm basically telling it to stop going out to RHN and trying to re-register themselves with Red Hat systems management, right? I'm going to turn that off. At the same time, I want to watch this file, yum plugin conf.d subscription manager.conf. And by putting this watch in here, I can say that if this changes on the system, SALT will go, hey, that changed. Put it back, okay? Because I'm watching that file. And if that file changes, SALT will put it back to the way I want it. Think of the power behind that, okay? And here I've got a couple of, I'm doing some file manage things here. This is the name of the file I want to manage, this yum plugin config subscription manager conf file. And this is where I'm going to put, I've created my own conf file, and this is where I'm getting it from, my local SALT system, my master here. And that's just the one I'm going to put in this location. And when you notice that this is the same as this, so when this changes, I'm going to make sure that that is running, and it's going to be configured with the plugin 0, okay? So very quickly, in 8 lines of code, I'm able to deploy something and make sure something's the way I want it, okay? And so you think about that, that's a very, very, very simplistic SALT state that we call, but we can do a whole lot with it. So if you start getting the idea of how much power we have behind our systems to do with SALT states, with the file watch method, the ability to, if there's not already a built-in command, a function module, if you will, in SALT, I can do the command.run. So pretty much any command I would have ran from the command line, I can then do it with a command.run, okay? But as SALT continues to expand, and I don't know if you happen to listen to Tom Hatch's speech talk the other day about his new programming philosophy called POP. When the videos come out, you should check that out. That's going to be a pretty amazing change of philosophy of programming. Anyway, so I think some really smart people at SALT. All right, I have 9 till. Any more questions back? Question? Okay. All right then. Well, I will give you guys back 9 minutes of your day, and thank you for coming. I didn't expect anybody to show up actually. So, thanks.
Just do a radio check.
Check, do, that work. How's that?
Can you hear?
Am I on this? Louder? How's that? Okay, thanks. Hello. Okay, that
So
works.
it's easier if you put it in your back pocket, because if you
Oh,
move
okay.
around,
Oh,
you
yeah,
might
yeah, okay,
forget.
okay. Yeah, like I did my sunglasses yesterday. I crushed them really well.
And then
HDMI,
you plug in HDMI and if you need an adapter. So you can do straight HDMI or any of these dongles.
oh, I could just remove this thing, right?
Yeah.
Or, there. Turn this off, I don't need to be,
Yeah, we're gonna do a sound check in a
Okay.
bit, but let's just have you set up here. And then the other thing we recommend is if you do a presentation software and you go full screen, sometimes it reacts badly.
I think it's on my cell phone. Okay. May need to do this. Let's see. It's not picking it up. Picked it up upstairs. I'm just gonna turn this off. How's that? Works?
Okay, let me ask them to check upstairs as
Okay.
well. Amy, this is line 105. Can we do a mic check? Amy, this is line for the monitoring station. Can we do a mic check?
Hey, Lan, did you unplug some microphones? Otherwise, there's no reason to do a mic check. If it sounds good in the room, it will sound good here. As long as no one has differences with the audio.
Yeah, it's classic. Everyone's on the spectrum.
Yes, I'm glad you realized that. And
I'm
sure
on
you
this.
heard that part.
I'm on the spectrum. All my friends are on the spectrum. Whatever. Direct communication is good.
Okay, so you're good to go?
Yeah, we can start, I suppose, before everyone falls asleep. Right? All right. Should we begin? I don't know. 2 minutes. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Sometimes things break even if you don't touch them. She just got yelled at. It's fine. No, I didn't do anything. Neither did she. It's fine. But she wanted to test the audio, and like, if you didn't touch it, it's working. Not necessarily. I know hardware never breaks, ever. All right, so we'll start right at 4:30. Then you can all be excused early.
C++ will say this happens.
This happens?
This happens.
All right, we can just start. It's not like there's going to be a mad rush of people and coming in. Oh, here comes the mad rush. All right, so we'll just start. So I've got an hour. My basic plan is I want to talk with you about things that, I don't do a lot of these presentations. I mean, I've presented at book publishing conferences, but it's a very different sort of thing. So I want to talk about, thank you for bringing your no starch bag. Did everyone get their no starch t-shirt? I'm going to talk about things that we experience as book publishers, ways that I acquire, some things that I do when I edit books. And I can go into more detail in any of those areas if people want. I'll talk with you about kind of the nature of the book, what I think about with book, like the book itself, what the thing is. And I think a lot about these issues. Can you all hear me? I have no idea. That's fine. Okay. If there's anything, let me just make sure. Yes, I'm just going to talk about whatever. I'm very direct. You can ask me a direct question. Is my ass fat? Yes, it's fat. Oh my God. I'll give you a direct answer. So I'll talk about whatever you want. I can tell you how to roast coffee if you're bored. Not necessarily particularly well, but it's usually drinkable. So, and among one of my many obsessions. So, does that seem like a reasonable plan? I don't know what you all want to hear. I'll talk about also the challenges in publishing on moving targets, which is most open source software. We have to be really careful about stuff and how we address those challenges, and how I have addressed them over the years. I started No Starch in 1994. I've been in book publishing since 1987, and unlike many of my competition, I'm a book publisher, except that I happen to make very technical books. And if you've read my books over the years, in the early years, I used to pretty much rewrite them all, except for some of them. So a lot of times you're actually reading my writing, but my name is not on the cover, nor is my name on the company, because I'm not that kind of guy. I think of what I do as basically like good stage lighting. Why am I holding this cup of coffee? Actually, it's very comforting in a certain way, although it's not really good coffee, but I'm going to hold it again. So anyway, that's my company. The original logo used to be a goldfish in a water glass, but people thought we were a Christian book publisher, and I'm not Christian, and I'm definitely not a Christian book publisher, so we changed it eventually, although that was I chose that logo because it was meant to be in some weird way something that said, like, the company from the beginning was designed in my mind to make books that are accessible, that are always readable, and that all factors into the way that we develop books. So over lunch, I came up with this idea with the designer because we couldn't come up with anything. I said, well, let's use a glass of water, and this was my naivete, right? Because everyone has water, but everyone doesn't actually have water. But anyway, in my mind, it's like, oh, everyone has a glass of water because we were sitting in a restaurant. And then he said, put a fish in there so you know it's not wine. But anyway, it was an interesting but failed logo. So this is, a couple of JavaScript elements. We'll pretend those don't exist. But it's clever. It's fine. More people know the robot. If you know the coffee robot, we don't have a real name for it, just coffee robot, but that's that. So how do I work this? Let's try this. This is the name of my talk, and that's basically because I'll do anything to take away just a little bit of Donald Trump's thunder, but no one can really succeed there. There he is. Hello. What's that? I know, yeah, I talked to him earlier. It's, I didn't have a good title, and I just thought but I actually believe that in many ways, in many areas, books have become less great. So this actually ties into my first slide, which is about the business. So overpublishing to me is basically the key thing that publishers, I would say readers are experiencing. The problem that I see in my business, and I've been in this business for 33 years now, is overpublishing, which is in large part due to print on demand. It's not a dig against print on demand. The nature of print on demand is that everyone's a publisher, and they might make one book, they might make 50 books, but publishers don't have to make the investment in books anymore. We print everything offset on real presses with wet ink and actual people running the presses. Print on demand is done digitally. We don't use digital unless we really have to because the quality is not as good. The ink is not as sharp. And if you know our books, I use 60-pound Finch opaque. It's the best paper you can get. It's not by accident. I'll talk a little bit about paper printing. I get really scattered, so if I don't, I'll just tell you everything in one slide and then I'll go through all the same things over again. But okay, let me speak to the overpublishing thing. And if I hit on something that you want me to address at the end of this, I'm happy to talk about it. Just remind me. If what's that? I'm being recorded. This is not interactive, sir. Not yet. What? I said it's not interactive. Kidding.
I'm sorry, but that's what I think we're talking about.
Well, so we're not content aggregators. Like, I'm a book publisher. That's the difference. So you can make money in this business by collecting lots of stuff. I could sign contracts with everyone here, give you all contracts, right? Cost me nothing. Here's a contract. Oh, no starts, offer me a contract. I'm actually very slow to offer contracts. There have been people we talk with for sometimes 3 months because I want to make sure, number one, that the book is something that we can work with. Number two, that it's something that that person really wants to do and that they understand the amount of work involved and that it's going to be great. I published only 30 books last year. Yet we own the tech bay at Barnes & Noble. That's the tech book section. Our books are outselling dummies books at Barnes & Noble. That's a testament to the strength of the kind of books that we do. I mean, that means we're beating, well, Pact, they're in there, A-Press, O'Reilly, Wiley, Pearson, every other publisher, including the dummies series at Barnes & Noble. And it's not because they like me, although they do like it. I mean, I actually am friends with the Barnes & Noble computer book buyer, but that's not why she carries my, I can tell you that she won't carry my books unless she thinks they can sell, because she'll lose her job. Her goal is to bring in revenue. But I have the best-selling Python book in the world. In the world, Python Crash Course sold 500,000 copies in print in the world. It's the second best-selling tech book in the world after the coding interviews book. The next one is Python Crash Course. A lot of that is due, some of that is due in part to our switch from O'Reilly, who we worked with starting in 2003 until 2017, to Penguin Random House. So we now use the largest and best book distributor in the world, and I'm seeing all of my print sales go up. And I can tell you that my books have, I mean, if you've read my books over the years, they were generally always good. It's not that we didn't have misses, and it's not that they didn't try things that didn't work. I mean, I've had books fail, and I'll always have books that fail, because part of publishing is about risk. You take a risk, and sometimes, if you've seen my Cult of Mac book, which is, I call it a no-starch press art project, gorgeous book, looks like it's a real Mac book, but it doesn't really work on Amazon, and I'll speak to like that too, but people are buying books based on thumbnails today. Instead of going, I mean, you might go into a bookstore and you'll see, if you go to B&N, you'll see lots of our stuff. But most people are shopping based on thumbnails. The problem with Cult of Mac, for example, is it's a silver cover with a white Apple logo. It looks kind of weird. No one knows what it is. And unless you actually touch it, you don't understand it. When you see it, it sells. So anyway, I'm off track. Okay, let's go back to the overpublishing thing and the comments that you made about other publishers. I mean, I will say about, like, I don't believe that this overpublishing is good for the business at all. It's certainly not good for readers. I mean, it's kind of like when all books had media in them and people were like, oh, it's got a CD that's a bunch of garbage. During that time, I made great CDs. I did a book called The Astronomer's Computer Companion, where I had a PDF in there. I never thought to even sell the ebooks. It was just on the CD. But I also had interactive is an overstatement, but you could, back in the 90s, add links into your PDF, and we would launch things. You click it, and stuff would pop up, or programs would run, and I didn't charge a dime for that, and I never thought to charge a dime. I did a book called The Gardener's Computer Companion. Probably no one here has ever seen it, but I built a whole front end with Install Shield, and build this, again, an overstatement. It's like, building a PC today is not really building a PC. It's assembly. It's assembly, but it's a pain, and you have to get it to work. I built the whole front end, so I always added value to the things that I put in my books, and that's what I'll continue to do. Because if you're going to pay for my books, I want it to be not only a fair exchange, I want you to get a lot more than you bargained for, like conversations that we had earlier today. Like, if you pay $40 for one of my books, I want you to say, like, this thing is amazing. It's better than my $200 textbook. Practical malware analysis, people will say, is better than the $1,500 FireEye course on malware analysis, and you can get it for $50. And I want that always to be the case. I better. How about if I don't know what to do here. Oh, okay. So back to this all kind of comes back to the overpublishing thing. The issue that I see in the business today, and one reason that I believe that we continue to be successful, and we have been going on 26 years. I have not had a down year. We were up over 30% last year, which is amazing given how bad a business person I think I am. But I can tell you that there's no book publisher with my record in the whole business, from what I know. And what's my secret? I make good books. Even when we've had a lot of turmoil in the company, we're in San Francisco. So I'm fighting with tech companies for staff. So I'm hiring junior people because I can't get the experienced people, or the junior people go to a tech company and they make $140,000 a year. And then they go to another one 6 months later. I'm in Soma, and Atlassian's on the corner, Twitter's over there, Uber's over here, Heroku's over there. Like, just walk out the door, and you'll find some tech company that will hire you because they're desperate, and they will hire. You can go to Dropbox and have a 3-story restaurant, which I'm going to go to next week, get free, Michelin quality food. They'll pay you, and they don't even know, they don't care what you do because they need bodies. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating, but that's the nature, but not by much. But that's the nature of being in San Francisco. And the city has certainly changed since I've been there. I'm off track again. God. If you're curious about how I actually work when I really have no script, you can look for my podcast that a friend of mine did. It's 55 minutes of me talking nonstop, and he starts by saying, this is my friend Ben Kurtz. This is Bill Pollack. We love him, but as you'll see, we can barely get a word in edgewise. And I talked for 50 minutes. And it actually I exhausted myself listening to it. It's like, I said, this guy's actually, it's actually, what I was saying was actually interesting, but I was like, God, he doesn't stop. Over here, over there. And I had to turn it off. And that was me talking, listening to myself. That was a really weird experience. Just like when I tried to look at the back of my head in the mirror today and realized, like, that's really not possible no matter how fast you turn your head. You just can't see it. It was early. Yes, thank you for bringing, yes, okay, overpublishing. So I talked about print on demand. I think that's one issue. What's happened over the years is that a lot of publishers who you know and who I have held in high regard have stepped back and said, books aren't selling. I was told, I published Python Crash Course in 2014, I think. I published Python for Kids maybe around 2012, I'm not quite sure. My son was 15. I don't know when that was, but anyway. When we started publishing Python books, first I didn't do programming books because I thought, how can we do that? There are so many programming books, but I never bothered to look at them. And so we brought out Python Crash Course, and we said in-house, like, what do you think? I asked my editor, Liz. She said, I think it's pretty good. It's pretty clear. I didn't realize how significant that was. I mean, a programming book you can actually read. And we've also published books like Learn You a Haskell for Great Good, Land of Lisp, which I think is a fantastic book, although I mean, Lisp is great if you want to exercise your brain. I think functional programming is interesting. I don't write any code. I read code, and I've read lots of code, but I don't have anything I want to write. I mean, if I had to, I'll write code. I messed with Java in 1997 or whatever it was when it was really early. Cut and paste, this didn't work, try this, you know, like that's Java. JavaScript, sorry, not Java. Java I won't, I tried the Android SDK and it's like, my conclusion was it's way too easy to make Android programs because I could just make some lousy Android program using the SDK, so it's like, that's all I needed to know, done. JavaScript was interesting because you could actually throw stuff at it and things might, the mouse might work on event, whatever, it might not. Other things would happen and then you messed around with it. Oh yeah, okay, okay. I have other slides and I will just go on, prattle on forever, so that's a bad idea. Okay, overpublishing. So I mentioned the contract thing. Contracts cost the publisher nothing. Publisher says, hey, you want to write for us? So this company you mentioned, they spam people and they like, maybe you've all been contacted by some random person who's like, hey, you wrote a blog post, do you want to write a book? We need it in 3 months. And then we'll take first option on your next book, which we never have done. And they'll put the pressure on you and then they'll sell 500 copies. How do I know? Because I get Nielsen BookScan. I look at the sales. We can see the actual sales on books. Nielsen BookScan is based on reported sales, but there's tons of these things. You go into a particular company's website and search Python, and there are probably 90 titles. I mean, it's insane. Or like Julia, you'll find like 15, 20 titles in Julia. It's crazy. So I don't want to, anyway, over-publishing. But it's very easy if someone says, if I say to you, send me your proposals, and I'll sign them all, and I'll just send them, you'll send it in, and I'll tell you how great it is, and send it in this format, and off it goes to the printer, which is the same printer, by the way, generally Lightning Source that Amazon uses for CreateSpace, which ties into my counterfeiting issues with Amazon, and they'll print it, and they'll print 20 copies. Barnes & Noble probably won't carry them because the books aren't any good. They won't pay the cost to carry them because Barnes & Noble charges for a certain level of promotion, not all levels, but they charge something called co-op for people to put books in stores. And the author walks away, it's like you spend, count up the hours and people will say like, I got 10 cents an hour. Right. I have authors who've made $500,000 in royalties on books. That's not every author. My BSD authors, sorry. I mean, they know they're not going to make money like that, but I've done BSD books for years and I'll continue to if people want to do them. But like content aggregation is not publishing. Like book publishing is a lot of work. Content aggregation at a certain level is easy. I can capture a bunch of people around the world and feed us projects and off they go, but I'm never going to do that. So does that answer the over-publishing? Does that that's what's going on. So it's like just sign everyone up and send it to the print-on-demand printer, and then there's a book, and people are like, oh, I got published, and what did you get? You got nothing. You got a wrapper. So if you're going to do that, go to Amazon CreateSpace. At least they'll pay you, and you can control it, or Lulu or LeanPub or whatever. But don't waste your time with stuff like that because yeah. Okay. Right. Right. Well, that's where editors come in. Right. So I'm going to speak to the way we edit. So so one of the unfortunate side effects of this overpublishing is that you get authors who are competent, who work hard on their stuff, and they don't get support. My business is based on support. I have 6 or 7 people on staff full-time who edit line by line. And I don't know if anyone here has worked with us on anything, but like when I edit stuff, I'll send it back, and I've sometimes edited it at the rate of 1 page per hour. If you've read serious cryptography, hard stuff, 1 page per hour there. And I made sure, and that is the best-selling cryptography book in the world. Ron Rivesta is using it to teach cryptography at MIT. I read every line, I followed all the math, so you don't have to sort it out yourselves. That's how we work, and that's how I'm training my editors. So that's, none of my competitors do that. Right. So let's get past this. So editorial value. So this is the nature of, I think, what drives, or what used to drive book publishers. If you bought books from Addison Wesley or Prentice Hall years ago, Addison Wesley Professional Reference, there used to be excellent books there. Look at the, Richard Feynman's lectures. They probably didn't edit them, but those were great contributions. Stevens books, the old Stevens books, like authors were given time to write. Publishers actually sold the books. You're seeing very, very few books like that. Although we have, I expect to have 20 excellent books come out this year out of the 60 that we'll do, because I want to build new classics. Michael Karisk's Linux programming interface. William Schott's Linux command line. That book sold 100,000 copies, over 100,000 in print, and it's free online. So it's just kind of eloquent JavaScript, free online. Automate the boring stuff with Python, free online. The Rust programming language book, which we rewrote the Rust docs and gave it back to the community, free online. All of these books are successful and have sold well into the tens of thousands of copies, or in some cases, 6 figures. In some cases, that's not routine. People say that the average tech book sells 4,000 to 6,000 copies. That's probably not the case for our books, but I'm also very, very picky. So editorial values are key. And these companies, I think, have lost the vision and also, kind of left behind the responsibility that I think a publisher has to actually make something worthwhile. Why, if all you want is to make a fast buck, this is really not the business for it, like, why don't you pick another industry? Like, go run a hedge fund. I mean, when I went into this business, I took a career interest test that said go into advertising or book publishing, and I thought, no offense to all the people who are making shopping carts, well, yes, or selling ads, but it's like I couldn't see selling ads. I couldn't see, I don't want to be in the ad business. I wanted to make interesting, I wanted to teach people. I created a nonprofit too, by the way, called the No Starch Press Foundation, and I put $1 million in there now to give back to the community. Like, that's how much I care about what I do. Because the thing, we go around life once, right? So when I have coronavirus and I'm lying in my bed, like, oh my God, I'm gonna die now. At least I feel like I made something useful, rather than like, I made a shopping cart and look at these great ads I sold. Like, I actually, Python for Kids probably sold over 100,000 copies, and you figure with pass-along readership, we've taught 300,000 10-year-olds to program in Python. I happen to have worked really hard on that book, and my son did the tech review when he was 15, and we made an excellent book. And we put it out there just like we did the scratch books years ago, when scratch books weren't selling because they were written by people who didn't understand a 10-year-old kid. The kid doesn't want you to pander. They don't want you to talk down to them. But they have limited attention span, and if you've got kids, it's like they'll flip through looking for the content. A smart kid, or let's say an inspired, curious kid, they want, where's the content? And they get bored really easily. They don't want, like, my son when he was 10 was reading college textbooks, right? He's not alone. There are kids like that. And if and maybe some of you would too, right? So it's like, but if you give a kid like that entertainment, Dorling Kindersley, for example, has gotten in. So I started the Lego book market in 2003. No one was doing Lego books, no one. I also created the Programming for Kids book market with Python for Kids and Super Scratch Programming Venture. Dorling Kindersley, which is now owned by my distributor, they've tracked what I do, I know for a fact, and then they went into those markets, and I don't step on the gas unless it's in my car to, like tromp all over the market. I'm just going to go at a steady pace and make something great. So my editorial values are like, make something great. We craft the books. I really think of this as a type of craft. I've been very fortunate in that we've been very successful in the last several years, and we've really taken the mantle in many ways away from O'Reilly, a company that I've had a lot of respect for and that I started working with in 2003. when we were really simpatico. Like, it was really exciting to work with their editors, some of whom are still there, but their editorial values have changed. It's not, they're allowed to do that. They're a business, right? But mine haven't. Mine have only become clearer, and what I spend my time doing is training my editors. So I basically would sit in a room, pop the chapter up on the screen, and I start editing the chapters that they're working on and show them what I'm doing and try to verbalize how I create something. And that all has to do with training my apprentices, making sure that people, you know, when I'm in the bed with coronavirus, they can step up and like work on these things, and I won't say like, what did you do here? This is part of being on the spectrum, right? Like, you know, you did what, and help me understand are two phrases that come out of my mouth really easily when they shouldn't. So let's see what's next. My point here with this room for everyone slide is that there is room for all kinds of publishing. I believe that publishers should be more upfront about what they're offering, but really, why should they? I mean, they're businesses, but what I hope to do is get people to understand like how to evaluate a publisher. When a publisher says, here's a contract, ask them what you're going to get for that. Like, you're gonna bust your butt for 6 months writing something, and then they sell 300 copies, and they walk away and say sorry. Or maybe it's like, hey, you're one of our best sellers. I get emails from these authors all the time. I'm one of the best-selling authors at this company, and we look at the sales figures, and it's like 632 copies. And last month I sold 6,000 copies of one title, and 1,200 of another, and 800. And last month, we're talking about 6 months or a year's sale on some of these titles. It's not good. Here I want to talk briefly about when I think about the book as a thing, like, and I'm talking about so there are two aspects to this, right? You have the information package that is a book itself, like it's a collection of information. Why do people keep buying books? People predicted the death of the book for years, but ultimately, if I want to learn something deeply, if I want to learn cryptography, I'm not going to do it on the web. If I want to learn JavaScript or Python, yes, all the information that you want is in a Google search. And that's really helpful if the network breaks and you have an error message, you can fix it. If Linux does something weird, I can fix it. Putting Linux on the ThinkPad, it turned out all I had to do was disable secure boot, although I have to just figure out how to, the new distros apparently will work with secure boot. But anyway, I had to get it to work. That problem is solved. People stop looking around for books when there's an answer like that. But say you want to learn networking or Linux system and network programming, so you pick up Linux programming interface. All the information is out there. Do you want to spend like 6 months digging it up? Or do you want an author to like filter it like Linux command line and say, this is what's actually useful? Because you can all read a man page, but which of the 50 flags am I supposed to use? And what's actually useful? Do you want to figure them all out? I don't. Or like you're trying to reinstall pfSense. It's like, what do I have to do? You have to like set up this TFT thing. You ever try to like, if you have a pfSense firewall, it's a little tricky when it goes down. It's like, where do you start? So, but we can look for that. And I don't think we need a book on pfSense either. I just use the defaults. One thing I learned about pfSense is don't touch anything. Oh yeah, so what I want to talk about with the paper book, one thing I think about and reasons why I care about things like paper, the paper we use. One thing I've noticed with the book is when you read it, the paper bends and you kind of track, I mean, I don't want to sound like a Luddite here, but it's like this physical thing. I track it with my eye. Like I'll track it's not the glitter, like the reflectivity in the paper. You kind of track it, so it's helping you to highlight stuff with your eyes. There's this, the contrast in a paper page cannot be beat at this point in time. If it can be, then great. I mean, I've tried to read books on Kindle, and what happens to me is like, I adjust the font size and I have no idea where I am. And that's it. But I remember going back to my parents' house to look at old biology textbooks from the 80s, and I remembered notes that I wrote in the margins. This was years later. This was like 10 years ago. There's something about there's the way that the layout imprints on your brain, and if you read Hacker News, you see notes about like note-taking, the act of note-taking and how that helps you to learn. There's something about the physicality of a book, and for kids it makes a huge difference. Giving a kid a physical book is a lot different from saying, here's your ebook file, because the kids hold it, like they actually relate to the thing, and I think adults do too. I mean, John Steinhardt's Secret Life of Programs, which is an amazing book. Yes, I have PDFs of everything, but I don't want to read any of the PDFs. I think PDF, by the way, is the only format I would use for ebook because I can't stand the rendering otherwise. But I'm also an old guy, and whatever. Anyway, so. Yeah, and that's why, and then suddenly the pages went from, it was a 300-page book, and now it's 1,200. And I have no idea where I was, and I don't want to spend my time figuring out how to put in bookmarks. Like, I started reading Ian M. Banks' Wasp Factory, right? I gave up because I just lost track, and I couldn't stand to have to find it again. In a book, I know it's got positioning, right? You know that it was about over here. Try to do that with an ebook file. And I'm not an apologist for the book, but that's how it works. Yeah.
I find that very analogous to maps online versus a map that you unfold and put on the seems like there's no comparison. Don't get me wrong, there's some great maps online.
Sure.
But having the ability to unfold paper maps,
Right.
put them on a table, look how things are.
Yeah, it imprints in your brain. You have a vision of the thing. You have a feeling for where it is. You have an idea where it was. That's why the glossaries go in the back of the book, because that's where you look for them. We don't, so if the glossary goes in the chapter, don't put the glossary there, because that's not how readers work. You look for the glossary at the back. Whether you're 10 or you're 60, you're looking in the back of the book. Don't hide it there. Don't stick definitions in the middle, because that's not where people look for them. So work the way that the reader works. So it's this, I think of the book as this, I think of the reader experience, and when I talk with my staff about editing, it's like the reader is reading down the page. So our code explanations go after the code, because first you see the code, and then we talk about the code. I've had editors who don't understand that, and I had them change the whole book before it went to the printer, because that's not how people work. That's why I use wingdings and these little numbered balls in code. So they're like laser pointers in the code. If I have a block of code, and I want you to, it's always bothered me, books will have 300 lines of code, but they want to show you one line. Well, look for line 63. Well, why do you have all the other lines there? So our books don't have line numbers, because I don't want to have to find the line. I want you to say, look over here, because that's what you would do if you're teaching. And I have the topics about that. So that's kind of how I think about it. The book as a physical object. In my case, when you buy from us direct, we give you all the ebooks, and that's basically because I don't have a good argument for selling them again. and I've done it forever. So when you buy from us, we give you everything, and it's DRM free, always has been. Information package. Let's talk about paper, printing, and binding, just briefly. So I talked a little bit about paper. We use this 60-pound Finch opaque. Things that matter in paper are opacity. I hate it when I pick up a book and I can see the type on the next page. There's always a certain amount of show-through. It's called show-through. There has to be, or your books will be massively thick. But the paper that we choose is Finch opaque. It feels good in your hand. It carries ink well, because our ink is laid down, it's wet. So if you put something wet on a rough surface, it just bleeds all over the place. So basically, that's called calendaring. It's a smooth surface, and the ink is sharp. The images are good. It is not the best paper in the world. I mean, there's art papers that you get in art books, but we're not making art books, although we do make art books, but not. I'm talking coding books or books, whatever. And I mean, I publish for geeks, right? So I have Game Console. I do Lego books. Those are art books, and they use an art paper. But we're looking at photographs, and it's a different kind of thing. I'm talking about informational books. I mean, I'm at a SCaLE conference. I'm not at the Lego conference. We use lay flat bindings. We had a problem last year. 10 books. What happened was, so lay flat bindings, the way that works is you take, books are printed and then there's a book block. And the book block is just basically a bunch, there's a lot of manual work. It's collected pages. And then they cut them. With lay flat, I think they roughen the page so that you can actually get good glue adhesion. You think of paper, you don't want a totally smooth surface. You use certain glues at a certain temperature. The glues there's an art to gluing a book. What they do with lay flat is they actually bind a strip of fabric on the back. So the book block is actually bound to itself, and then the cover floats free. And I can't tell you a number of people write in and say, my cover is cheap. They use cheap bindings. It's actually more expensive because there's more handwork. But what happens is that the cover floats free because I don't like books that crack. I'm very particular. Yeah, how many times you ever read a book and it's in halves. I just, lay flat binding won't do that because it's a flexible glue that's attached to fabric. So that's what you're actually reading, and that's what you're holding. And the cover is a wrapper. But and I'll have people write in when we had the binding issues. People wrote in and said, I got Gorilla Glue and I just glued the back. It's yours wasn't actually bad. That's how it works. The cover stands free from the back. O'Reilly used to do this years ago, and we've been doing it forever, and we'll continue to do it because our readers like it. I also do things like I print the inside covers when we can, inconsistently because sometimes the printer couldn't do it. I like the book to look nice. I've even thought of putting in ribbon bookmarks and French flaps, but I think people will just be weirded out by that stuff. It's like, what's wrong with this tech book? Why is there a ribbon sticking out, or the ribbon fell off? And people complain. So paper, printing, binding, and that's offset printing. We will print shorter run stuff sometimes in digital. When you see this book, Silence on the Wire, for example, is printed digitally because we only print like 100 at a time. And you'll see that the cover is thinner, the paper's not quite right, the finish doesn't feel quite right, but ultimately we can't afford to print offset. When you print offset, you have a setup charge that doesn't go away. They have to clean the rollers. This is old school printing. This is how books used to be printed, and that's how our books are printed. So when you go to my booth, you'll see I think everyone there, well, the tech books are done lay flat with this lay flat binding. The 4-color stuff is done typically overseas. Each book comes with a coronavirus infection from China. They're sewn, generally sewn. Sewn bindings are more expensive. Those are, if you know the POC Bibles that we do, those are done by a printer in China, a Bible printer, with a fake leather cover, a real headband. They're sewn together. They've got those. That's lay flat. Yeah, and I didn't bring any samples because I don't know. No, you know what it is. Like so we also use a heavier cover stock, and you can feel it. I could use a heavier cover stock still. And again, if it's not with the geek/hacking communities, like if you make too many changes, people get really nervous. We have people write in. I love our readers because people actually care. So like, I've had people write in and someone showed like with a caliper, like the measurement was off. I'm not kidding. And pictures of like, this is out of alignment. But I actually respect that. Like, I want to hear about that. And then people write in and say, this might be a counterfeit because they didn't like the paper was wrong. And the paper had been substituted without my knowing it. And didn't make me happy. It's like, I don't like paper so what you benefit from is my obsessions, my spectrumness. It's like I want things a certain way. And the book should feel that. We also hire, each one is illustrated by a real illustrator. Like we pay an artist to do an illustration. I work on the concept. Sometimes they're better than others. Sometimes they're great. Josh Ellingson is one of the artists that we use. There's another woman, Gina. There's a woman, Gina, that we use, and we're trying different people. And the guy who did this does some of my security covers. I wanted a death metal T-shirt because I'm the only book publisher I think that has one. And I said, Rick, can you give me can you do death metal? He's like, yeah, here's my death metal site. And then he does death metal art. So we'll do another one because why not? It's really great when you walk down the street and people say, nice shirt, and you're thinking like, yeah, and they're thinking like, what band is that? And I'll say, it's the best band ever, the book publishing band. And they think you're out of your mind. And then just leave the elevator. I've done that multiple times. It's often in elevators because people are sitting there staring at you, trying to figure out what it is that you're wearing. So it's.
Was there actually
Yes, yeah, I'll go to that. Yeah, I'll get to that. I want to make sure to get through everything. Authorship is key to our books. I'm very picky about the authors we're bringing on, not only because I want to make sure that our readers are happy, but I want to make sure that an author can work with our process. Kyle's worked with us before. We're very picky. And we're going to be more picky as I train my editors to do what I do, which is like, we want to make sure that this is going to work. And we're working on a new book, so I put you in touch with the developer, and we're going to my goal is to make something great. Like, why just make another book? I mean, we have lots of books. You need more doorstops? There are publishers that will sell you those. My book shouldn't be doorstops. You should think it's like, this is really great. And people come up to me and say, thank you, this was fantastic. I never understood this. But the manga guides, we do these manga guides to math. I didn't send a lot of stuff to SCaLE because the SCaLE drayage company is really expensive. It cost us $618 to get the pallet from the loading dock to the booth, just so you know. Yeah, it got nothing to do with SCaLE. It's like it's the drayage company. But that's why we didn't send 3 pallets, because then we have to send them back. But we do these manga guides to math and science, which are translations from the Japanese. We rewrote the entire thing. They're very expensive. They're making basically no money. I did 14 of them. Translated, checked this math and science, made sure they're great. They're much better than the Japanese originals, I can tell you that. So anyway, authorship is key. So I look for people who have something to say, they're passionate about stuff, they want the support, they want to make a great book. A lot of our authors have only one book in them, so my intention is to help them to make that book great. So that and some of our authors, you'll see, it's like John Erickson, Hacking the Art of Exploitation. John's written 2 versions of the hacking book. You know John, I think, right? Yeah. Anyway, he'll never write a 3rd because now he does reversing. And the reason he won't write it is he says, well, what would I write about? And that authenticity or that kind of responsibility to the reader is really important to me. We don't just crank out revisions. I mean, if we do a revision, I'm going to make sure, like how Linux works, it's going to be a thorough revision. And I gave Brian the time to make something excellent. Bill Schatz is like, I'm ready with the new edition of Linux command line. Martin Haverbeek, Eloquent JavaScript, when he's ready, the book is done. And I actually mean that. I own the company 100%. No one's telling me what to do. I can't work with anyone. I've been fired from 3 companies, including A-Press, which I co-founded in 1997. They forced me out in 1999. That's a company I don't mind bad-mouthing, sorry. But they don't exist anyway. They're not a company. But I founded the company. They use my contract. Still, I wrote the contract. They still use it. The goal with that company was to make great books. For the first 2 or 3 years, that was the intent. Now they're just an imprint at Springer Verlag. Print and ebooks. I don't know what I wanted to say here, really. Skip that. Title and package. I think title and package are absolutely key in this business. So I work really hard on getting the right title. John Steinhardt's book, Secret Life of Programs. We finally agreed on a title about a week before it went to the printer. It was called Foundations of Computer Programming, but that sounded really boring. And I think, and the concept is like, this is how the machine actually works. It's cool. I could have done with a different cover, but you know, eventually, like you have to say enough is enough off to the printer. But that's a fantastic book. So title and package is absolutely key. The title needs to be readable. Again, people are buying books off like postage-sized images on Amazon. The first thing people do when they go for a search, even if they don't buy from Amazon, you do a search, Amazon comes up. That's number one. It's got to look right on there. And the way people, and you scan the pages. People don't spend their time digging in. If the cover doesn't grab you, people pass it by. And you can say all day long, like, oh, but it's really great and I love this. It's like, but if people pass it, it doesn't matter. It's the same way that when we buy books in a bookstore, you scan the shelves and think about the act of scanning a bookshelf. You just crossed 25 books and you lit on this one. And you're probably not going back. So if my books don't grab you like my yellow and black books do, we lose the potential reader. So the title should not be too creative, unless you're a total star, which is not most people. As in, like, they're buying you, not the title. It's like, that's, I don't know, name some famous person here. I don't know. Michelle Obama, right? Who cares? Oh, Barack Obama, what's his name? Trump, whatever. Like someone famous. You're buying that person. It doesn't even matter what the book is called. But in most cases with these books, it has to hook someone. It has to say, like, this is why you want to buy this. And I like 3-word titles, 3 or 4, no more than 4, unless it's something really crazy. And you can be more expansive in a subtitle. That's where it's more descriptive. But short titles are good. Branding, that yellow and black series has worked for us really well. I'm doing more of those books. We also, we've got the security books that have this kind of darker, whatever. I don't know. Those are fun to do sometimes. Branding is key. I've been all over the map with branding. I'm trying to, because I just kind of like the way I talk, right? I'm just, let's try this today. We'll make this thing. It's like, and then you look at it, it's like, we're all over the place. So we're trying to focus on building that brand. And when you go to Barnes & Noble and you see the yellow and black books, it's like, they stand out in the whole bookstore because they're just cool. And it's real art. It's not like clip art. Licenses, I leave licensing, well, so there are multiple aspects to licensing. One is the book license. If an author comes to me and says, it's Creative Commons, will you keep it? I say, sure. I have multiple books under free licenses. The Rust programming language book is under an MIT license, as in you could actually sell that book, but what we're relying on is the strength of the Rust community. If someone starts selling it and saying this is official, the community will take them down. That took a leap of faith to do that. I actually held that book up because I was not happy with Mozilla. And I was like, they basically said, well, never mind the details, but it wasn't a fun conversation. But basically it's like, I'll take a risk. So we did, and I'll take more risks, just as I do with the Humble Bundles. I've been doing those since 2015. None of the books in there are locked down, but Bram Cohen's an old friend of mine, and he wrote BitTorrent. So BitTorrent's full of our books too. You can consider that a lending library. I just put it on YouTube. But I'm also not shy about saying, and if you borrow our books and you think they're useful, then pay for them. But if you read them and they're not worth buying, don't buy them. Why should you? How does a library work? I take a book out of the library. I haven't been to the library for 10 years, or more. But that's how libraries work. No one complained about that. Go pick it up in the library. If it's good, then you'll buy it. If it's not worth buying, then don't waste your money. If my books don't deliver on the promise, if they're not worth buying, don't pay for them. If you look at it and it's like, there's nothing in here I need, why should you pay me $40? You shouldn't. And we'll give you your money back if you did. I won't do it personally. I mean, someone else will do it. So that's licenses. And I don't really care if it's Creative Commons license. The main thing is I don't want to, because of the nature of this business, I don't want one of our competitors to pick up a title that I worked on and then sell it. And that hasn't happened yet, but like non-commercial, or for non-commercial use, fine. I want people to be able to read it, a student to read it, whatever, it's fine. Because I've raised people up indirectly in this community from 10 years old. And now they're like running tech companies. It's like, my bookshelf is full of no-starch books. Or people I met at DEF CON, I'm just really off track here. Anyway, licenses, editing. I don't, this is the way it works. Quality first is the key for me with editing, is to make sure that the books are going to be great. And that ties into acquisitions, which is basically when we bring on a manuscript. I want something that's exciting. I want my editor to say, I want to see the smiles on their face, like this is really cool. That doesn't mean I'll sign that book, because I'm evaluating the response and trying to make sure there's another no-starch book. Thank you. So I want to make sure that the book's actually going to be worthwhile. So in terms of editing, here's some things that I have authors, that I encourage authors to do. Visuals. How many times you see a book and it's like, here's a piece of art and the author doesn't talk about it. It happens in presentations all the time. That's why I don't have any diagrams. But like, if they would just talk about the diagram, you'd get something out of it. So it's funny, I want to do a book on ham radio hacking, which would be great, or ham radio for hackers. So I'm working with the author now. And the classic thing is he's got a whole description of a receiver and how it works. Like it brings in the signal. I didn't know this until I talked to him the other day. It filters the signal, modifies it like here's a nice clean signal, and it goes down through to generate audio. But it's like all the stuff that he had to talk about was in the diagram, and he just had to talk me through it. And it's like there's 3 more pages that I actually need. Because if I understand how a receiver works, a halodyne, whatever, a heterodyne receiver, I can understand that you can take me a lot, what? Superhead, okay, yeah, I don't know. I just learned some of it 2 days ago. But like, if you can explain stuff with visuals, people create these complex visuals and forget to talk about them. And if we would just talk about them, whether it's in a presentation or it's in a book, you take the reader so much further, and you build this base of understanding that lets you go so much further. Instead of having to circle back over and over again, like they go along with you. So I have people talk about visuals, and I take out throat clearing, which is like, blah, 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 and this when I was 20 years old. Like when my mind's, I say like to my editors, if something isn't clear, then work through it and make it clear. If your mind starts wandering, cut. Because, you ever read a book and you're like going through the pages and then it's like, where's the content? No starch press basically means no bullshit. So take the stuff out, because no one's going to read it anyway. So why waste the person's time? You can get more out of my 200-page book sometimes than you can out of a 600-page book. I remember looking at networking books in the bookstore, big fat networking books in the 90s, and it's like I needed 10 pages. So why did they spend the time writing all this stuff that you're never going to look at? Cut, paste here, file open, like, well, really? And like, so I like to say, well, forget that part and start at the 10 pages and go on from there. So you'll find that in my books, like, I want you to be learning something. If you're a 10-year-old kid, it's a little different approach. But I want that kid to be learning something too, or 6-year-old. But take the stuff out that no one wants. My son said to me, why is it that every Python book starts the same way? Well, it's a good question. He said, shouldn't there be just like one book you can say, just read this first? So I do think about it that way, because why do we have to repeat? How many times you can edit this? A variable is this, loop is that. Here we go again. This person said it better in this other book. We have to take it back there. And it's mind-numbing. I don't like bullets. There's a place for bullets. But when I see bullets, I think documentation. I also don't like M dashes. Like, M dashes to me are like the lazy, do you write with M dashes? You'll hear about it. No, there's a place for an M dash, but there's a kind of lazy way of writing, and not as in people are lazy, but it's just like, don't want to take the time to write a transition. Take the time to write the transition. I don't want to, M dashes are ugly. That's all. I also don't like stacked kind of punctuation. Like, it gets complicated if you're writing code. Don't follow some command with a semicolon because people will type the semicolon. So those are little things that have to do with the way that we read, the way we process information. I like headings to be clear. Can we just dispense with the cute headings from 1990 already? It's like if the one of our books, TCP/IP Guide, which I forgot to send here, when he first sent me that manuscript, it was full of smileys. And I said to Charles, if the joke is funny, make sure it's funny. If the joke is not funny, take it out. But no smileys. It's a book on TCP/IP networking. So anyway, they're not in there. But I like clear headings. I want to be able to use the headings to navigate, to tell me basically what I'm supposed to get out of that section. Because if you've got a 5-page section with a heading that makes no sense to you, or it's lacking a topic sense, what am I supposed to get out of this? A classic thing is the answer's at the end of the chapter. I just went through this with editors. 30-page chapter, and you're reading, and maybe you've had this experience, and we hopefully make sure you don't have this experience, and you're wondering what they're trying to teach you, what are you supposed to learn? And it's all at the end. So we take the summary and we make it the beginning. This happens all the time. I've been doing this for so long, it's like, here we go again. Let's just look over here. And there it is, sitting there. That's the chapter overview, but it's at the end of the chapter. Sometimes there's a nice surprise, like Silence on the Wire, fantastic book. There's a surprise in the end, but that's the point. But like, if I'm trying to learn something, tell me what I'm supposed to learn and help me navigate it. So it's like reading a history book and all they want you to do is memorize dates, and then they say, oh, you don't have to learn the dates. We just wanted you to understand what a blitzkrieg is. It's like, but I have all the dates down. Go watch World War II in color. You'll know what the blitzkrieg is. Introductions. I like good, clear introductions. I want an introduction to the chapter. I want an introduction to the section. Tell me what I'm supposed to get out of this. Be clear. Don't be boring. Just like, tell me where I'm going with it. Audience is absolutely key. Like, who are you writing for? Authors don't necessarily think about this. And it's funny when people respond. It's like, oh, we never really thought about that. Well, someone is going to read this and they're going to exchange money for that. So what do they want to get from that? How do you approach that? Like, think about like when it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I talk about profiling your audience. Like, who are you writing for? Who is this person? What do they want from this? Let's talk about sales. I'm going to cruise through the rest of this. Selling the thing. Marketing. Book marketing has changed a lot. I can tell you we've bought media databases and we sent out 5,000 press releases and no one responds. People are overloaded with information. So basically the key things, Amazon is unfortunately a key place for marketing now. Amazon Marketing Services is a whole thing. You can go in there and build pages. So I'm going to try to build like display ads for each book and add real content. But the first thing people hit when they do a Google search is an Amazon page. So that's absolutely key. And Penguin Random House is great with that. There's a lot that can happen in the background to actually build that information, and there's a lot that we need to do. So, as much as I don't want to be spending my time building Amazon pages, that's kind of what we have to do. So that's one of the key areas for us in terms of marketing, and we actually pay Amazon, they get fees. They get like a percentage fee off your sales, and they'll squeeze more out of it. They keep trying to squeeze more out of every book publisher every year. There's an argument back and forth. Social media is absolutely key, I think, and we're weak on social media, in my opinion. We do Twitter, we had Instagram accounts with nothing on it, Facebook, we forget to respond, so that'll be a key thing going forward. Unfortunately, in spite of the fact that we're not doing everything right, we're doing terrifically well as a company, but there's more that we can do, and I think social media is key. Distribution is absolutely key for us, and that means sales reps going out and selling books into stores. The change for us from O'Reilly, which had basically 2 sales reps and a service, Ingram Publisher Services, to Penguin Random House is huge. Penguin Random House has 110 sales reps. They work 24,000 accounts. O'Reilly had just very few accounts. All they have are books. So if you're Penguin Random House, you can't sell, you're not selling ebooks. You don't understand what they are necessarily anyway. You're selling books, right? You're working with vendors, they're selling into mass market, they're selling into Walmart and Costco. Everywhere books are sold, that's where they want to be. And that's the kind of distribution I want. I'll handle ebook, but distribution is key. They're extremely efficient with fulfillment, so they can basically get stuff to stores in a couple of days, which is a big deal in the book business. They ship to Amazon multiple times a day, and they talk to Amazon, which is a huge thing. No one talks to Amazon now. So when I've had counterfeiting issues, which we've had, and I should be there soon, I think, before the thing ends. Better check. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm almost done. They solve these problems for us. In-store promotion, I talked about Barnes & Noble. So what Borders used to do the same thing. There's something called co-op in the business. So basically it's cooperative advertising, as in you give us money, we give you good placement. Supermarkets work the same way. You walk in there and you see like product placement or something that stands out. They're paying, everyone's paying. They're selling retail space. When I first got into this business, I thought it was really weird. It's like, wait, you have to pay for that? But then you realize that they're paying for real estate. And in order to keep these things, and they want to profit, so why not sell it? So typically with bookstores, it's only offered if they think that your book fits, they think the book is good. It's not like serial placement. It's not like, here's the new cereal, this one has 60% more sugar. That's not how it works. It's like, we think your books are great, so here's an opportunity, you're going to pay for it. But we typically get really great deals from Barnes & Noble. We love the support. But we also have stores like Powell's in Portland. Powell's has promoted my stuff since the beginning. We don't pay them a dime. I went into Powell's and I walked up to the cash register and like, there are our manga guides and these books, these survive books that we did for kids, these biology books. And I said, what are these doing here? It's like, whoa, it's like the guy didn't know why I was asking. Oh, they're here because they sell. When our books are promoted, there was a lot of resistance to the yellow and black books, and there still is in certain countries. People didn't understand it. It's like, these look like cartoons. Yeah, they are cartoons. So, but these are books for geeks. When people put them out there, they take off. In China, you can look up Python Crash Course in Chinese. It sold probably 450,000 copies in print in China, and it looks like our book. So in China, we're super famous. Like if I go to China, the publisher would be like, No Starch Press is very famous in China. Like, well, now I know why. Because you can see kids reading our books, there's pictures on subways. Like, I mean, it's that brand. So that's foreign rights. So basically another resource we have is we sell rights for translation. And we sell into like 33 different languages. That's another source of revenue. Ebooks are a source of revenue, of course. And you'll know about that. Counterfeiting and piracy, this is what some people may want to know about. So I've been pretty public about this. We've had about a dozen books counterfeited by Amazon, and what I want to make clear is that they're not third-party marketplace. They were actually, if you pressed the main buy button, you got a counterfeited product. So what happened was, from what we can tell, with Amazon won't tell us, but I could put it together. I mentioned earlier this print-on-demand printer. So basically, Amazon uses Lightning Source. What happened is robots, like some automated process, someone pulled the switch and said, yes, you have the right to print it. It's someone in Africa, someone in India. It ended up replacing our entire inventory. You could not buy anything other than, maybe some of you tracked this when it was happening. Python for Kids was one that I was public about. You got big fat one-color Python for Kids books from Amazon. That was delivered to you. And we've had others this past year. Art of Assembly Language was counterfeited. Book of R, I think, was counterfeited. But the thing I want to be clear about is not in Marketplace. That was the main buy button. They replaced our inventory. So authors didn't get a dime. And my whole thing there is like, why should we have to police Amazon? We shouldn't. So we didn't get a dime out of that. So that's why they were lawyers. Do I really want to be suing my main vendor? No, I don't. I mean, why should I have to do that? But that's also why I rely on Penguin Random House, because now with this situation, when there's a problem, they will stop it. But ultimately, it shouldn't happen. And that was, I'll say this, when I got the books, it's like, no, that's really impressive. The book was really big. I felt like so much information. And then I realized, like, wait a second, this is totally fake. It was like 8.5 by 11 trim size instead of 7 by 9. Like big fat books were coming in with these covers, and I thought it was impressive. But in one case, like the pages didn't fit, and others, the Art of Assembly Language, I think, the main picture was replaced with something that looked like it was not properly clipped. It was because the cover didn't fit. So they replaced our cover with the counterfeit cover, and the spine didn't fit properly, so it's like you have this extra spine, and it may even still be there. So we've had this kind of experience with our main vendor. And I'll say this too, you'll never find that at Barnes & Noble. It never happened there. They outsold POC GTFO Bible, they outsold Amazon with that. And what I would love for Amazon to do is to actually work with us on stuff like that. Like, why do I have to fight to get attention there? I don't understand that. Like, wouldn't you care? No, because, you know, what do they care? Anyway, piracy, I talked about BitTorrent and stuff. Piracy is whack-a-mole. When an author writes in and says, I'm concerned about this, we'll send a takedown. But otherwise, I don't spend my time fighting that because I think it's visibility is the biggest problem you have in the book business now. Getting visibility, I want people to see our stuff. Think of it as, I have actually considered trying to do like a shareware thing because I remember when McAfee was actually useful. And, you know, not that I have opinion on that either, but, you know, but I don't really have an easy way to do that. But there's a piracy, all of our stuff is pirated. As soon as it comes out, it's in pirate sites. So I have time for some questions. I don't know. I don't know how this works or whatever. And then there's my email addresses. We're looking for authors all the time, and I'm always eager for feedback. So yeah.
How do you do level? There's a lot of introductory material.
Right.
It's hard to find stuff to take like reading the facts.
I think about the reader more than anything. I don't label my books like beginning, intermediate, advanced because the thing is, you might say, I'm a beginner, but you've been doing something for 25 years and you just know how much you don't know. So I don't really know where to place that person. What I try to focus on is just describing what's in it, and people can decide. So I like to use the word experienced, which I understand. It's like, for the experienced publisher is different from the advanced publisher, or the experienced programmer is different from the advanced programmer. So.
But do you push the authors to like, as you said, there should be one Python book that's here a variable, here's a loop. Do you try and push them, or it's more like here's how to
Push them to do what?
towards more like here's like how to architect things if you're more experienced?
It's about the reader. If it's a programming book for kids, that's one thing, right? But if it's like, Serious Python is designed for developers, so what would the developer want? The developer doesn't need a definition of every term. Like, they already presumably know what a variable is, you know what I mean? So like, it all starts with the reader. So what I try to teach my staff to do is think about who's reading it and what do they need. Because if you only have one speed, which is like, just define everything, you'll drive the authors crazy and the reader crazy too. So I think about who the reader is. And that's how I answer that question. So I don't think advanced, I think experienced. Or I think like novice, but sometimes experienced, like we're doing a new C book and talking about the title there, and it's like, from the author standpoint, it's a book for beginners, but from someone who's not a C programmer, it's not a book for beginners. But the way he looks at it, it's like, but this is also easy. It's like the mathematician is like, how come you don't understand number theory? I don't know. Like, how come I don't understand it? Because I failed algebra, whatever, you know, who knows? I almost did fail algebra. But like, so it's very hard to put a label on there. So I think better to just say like, what is that? What are the prerequisites? What should you understand? Have a good understanding of this, and then people should slot in that way. I don't have a good way to do it. I mean, some things are clearly for beginners, and that's for for developers. But I think I use terms more like for developer or experienced rather than advanced. If that answers your question, yeah.
So earlier when you said you're 60 books to publish every year, right? Try to find what.
Well, that's double from our normal. We never did that many. That's this year.
But when you're picking books to publish every year, right?
Right.
You try to pick books that people are interested in. So what are you doing? How do you go and figure that out?
I spend a lot of time at conferences talking to people, and I listen a lot. Like I'm not listening now, I'm just blabbing away, right? But I'm looking at interactions. I want to see my best friends are hackers and geeks, right? So like, but the important thing is I'm not publishing books for myself. I'm mirroring what people want. So when I come to SCaLE, I'm looking at the audience. I look at how people respond. I listen to, the complaints, hate this, hate that. That's important to me. Like, love this. This is great. I want to see what books people pick up, what they carry around. Like, this is not a money-making show for me. Like, this is a fact-finding mission. Like, what are people into? When I go to DEF CON, DEF CON, you've seen us at DEF CON. Like, it's like we've got 7 people there. Sometimes I've sent 10 pallets, and we're 6 people deep. That's great. We make money at DEF CON, but it's not about, the money is one thing, but what I want is, what are they excited about? What's flying off the table? And what do people say they want next? Like, you gave me some ideas today. I want that feedback. I want to hear, and then I'll evaluate it. And then I'll look at sales numbers. We have access to sales numbers. I think about what I know about the audience, what kind of things people actually want, what sort of things people have asked me for. I'm looking at it. I've been editing technical books since 1987. Can we edit this thing? You know, is this something we want to work on? Does one of my editors want to champion it? Are they excited about it? Do I think that if I'm standing at a table at SCaLE or DEF CON or ShmooCon or CanSec, whatever, would people think that's cool? I'm looking for the aha moment, where someone says, oh, wow, you have a book on that? Then I've got a popular title. Linux Basics for Hackers. Like, that title was key, but it's like, it's a basic book on Linux, right? But a lot of people are trying to get into security, or they're trying to understand Linux, and it's a reasonable size. So I'm looking at multiple factors, and I'm looking at my own sales history. What's actually worked for us? Does that answer? I mean, and all these things go on at once. And do I like the writing? Can I learn from this book? Do we have to rewrite the whole thing? Those are all factors that I take into account. And sometimes I'll tell people, like, your project seems really cool, but I can't sell a book if there are only 3,000 users. I can't, not for my list. Pact will do it. They'll sign it. But but like, you'll spend your time writing it, and 200 people will buy it. But I'm looking for big market books. I'm also looking at the markets to see where there's a hole. So when I did the Scratch books, there were books on Scratch, and they were terrible because they were like, Scratch for teens. No teenager will buy that. Like, right? So we published the first Scratch book that sold, Super Scratch Programming Adventure. Horrible looking cover, but for an 8-year-old, it's cool. It's that horrible, like, kids. I just don't make kids books, but like I think it's still the ugliest cover. No, they won't send me an email or something, but it is ugly. It's an ugly cover, but it worked for kids. What? It works for kids. It worked for kids. And Mitch Resnick's on the cover, and it's authentic. Like, authenticity is absolutely key too. Like, will this actually teach me something? Is this what I want? Does the author understand what I want? And so I mirror what you want, or try to, or people in this room. Like, what do people look for? Because I want people to walk into our booth when we sell at DEF CON, people literally walk down the table and they'll come to you with a stack of books. And I'm not kidding. It's like this. And you say, do you have any questions? Nope, just want to get these. Don't have these yet. Like, no one has this kind of, it's a crazy fan base. Read our Twitter feed. People posting pictures of stuff. Love no starch. And they're just getting stuff that they don't have. And it's like, we give them 3 bags because they can't take them otherwise. And then I make whiskey glasses, and they get a whiskey glass if they're lucky. Yeah, you get one. You have them too. You collected them after, didn't you have like 6 of them one time? Okay. I left them after, yeah. Anyway, it's just fun. I have to think of the next fun thing to make. Oh, Barca, yeah. I want to do branded Glencairn glasses, but more common. It's just time. Wrap it up. Okay. Sorry, Philip. Okay, so I can hang. If you have questions, you can ask. I don't know. I have to get out of the room. It's going to explode. Thank you.
I thought it was in switch on. Thank you. Sorry. My fault. Now you can hear me better? I hope so. Thank you. So basically, this is the idea of open source coming to your company. But this is an unbound process in some companies that basically either they are contributing to open source projects at some point, or they are even releasing their own software projects, open source projects. That's, for example, the case of Uber, that you can think that, okay, what's the relationship between Uber and open source? They are releasing, like, if I remember well, in the last 3 years, like 2 projects per month, new open source projects per month. So that's a lot of activity. And in the middle of all of this ecosystem is where open source program offices are created in companies, in some companies, to start managing all these inbound, outbound things happening there. My way to see this is basically open source program offices people are the rangers in the organization taking care of the ecosystem. Because basically, your company is participating on an ecosystem that you depend on, either because you are consuming things from there, or either you are contributing and releasing things to that ecosystem. So basically, how you healthy behave with the ecosystem is going to impact on the survival of your company, your business, in several ways. So I will talk about this right now. So basically, when we are talking about what are the tasks typically achieved by open source program offices, well, some people call them pain points because it's like, you will see that there's a lot of things to do. But firstly, when they are consuming open source software, they are dealing with things related with licenses compliance. Okay, I'm getting things from here and there. If nobody is taking care, probably you are missing things with GPL, MIT, and uncompatible license, and probably you will have some issues. And we know what legal issues means to some companies. Basically, no, we are not going to use that. So basically, you need someone with legal mindset on board with that. But also, it's related, okay, if I am using an open source project, I need to know what's the health of the project at some level. Is there any activity? If I found some issue here, where I am submitting it, is it going to be solved? No? And let's go for security flaws. If nobody's taking care of the security of the code you are putting into your organization, well, maybe it can be funny at the beginning, but at the end could be very severe problems there. And of course, for many companies, it's also a way to attract talent. Basically, you go there and you see, oh, this open source project is so cool, it's very interesting for us. Why not hiring the people that is in that community? Because if it's key for us, they want to have this knowledge in our company. So it's also a way to do that. So basically, only with consuming software, you already see that there are people that need to have some legal knowledge, things related with what's the health on open source, security analysis, and human resources or community management things. So that's very different mindset. Let's go for the next thing, contributing to open source. If your company is contributing to open source, these rangers need to be aware, okay, is my company leading the projects that he's participating? Because we have cases of companies, okay, I am a hardware company, but I am participating in this software project because I need this software to be ready when my hardware release gets to the market, because I want to be sure that it's working perfectly. I need to be the leader. So basically, it's not going the first day and, oh, I'm going to be my contributions, and they are going to certify the first day. How I become a leader? And then, of course, the footprint of the company in the open source project it's participating. I need to be aware, okay, what's the impact of myself as a company when I am participating in open source projects? Of course, if someone in the company is doing some code externally, probably you need to deal with IP compliance and things like that. Okay, don't reveal secrets and things that are IP protected in the company and things like that. And of course, in this case, in many companies, has been rated with, okay, we want people to be happy, and we have discovered there are studies that people contributing to open source projects are a lot of committed to the things they are doing. So it's about sometimes to talent retention, that allowing people to contribute to open source will make them happy in the company at some point. So again, new mindsets and still also human resources and things like that. And then releasing and maintaining open source. It's not only about contributing, but also I am releasing our own projects. Let's see things like, okay, when I am releasing an open source project, do I get any external contribution to the project, or is just me doing my stuff? Because if that's the case, probably what's the reason to do that as an open source? I've been talking with open source program managers, and usually the managers above them ask them is, what's the value of doing open source for us? Again, I'm not talking about Red Hat or companies like that, but if you are an Uber company, or companies like that, okay, my business is not doing open source. Why I'm doing this? What's the impact? Where are the benefits we're getting from this? And again, not only engaging people, but grow the company, grow the community on those projects. Again, things related with IP compliance, things related with leadership and footprint in these cases. And again, when I'm releasing these projects in some communities or in some companies, it's very related with not only, this is our technology, please contribute back to it. It's about, okay, let's see which people are coming, what people are coming. Let's see how talented they are, because probably it's a way to hire us for the company. That could be also risky. We know companies that started and still an open source project, and one of the issues they have failed is they have hired all the community. So nobody else has taken that succession in the sense, okay, who is the next one in my community? So there is no more community and the level to enter in the community, the barrier to enter, is so high now that the technology has grown a lot. So again, some issues you need to manage. So basically, if you look at the right side of the screen, those are a lot of things to manage, a lot of very different mindsets. And when I ask it to people that, okay, do you have an open source program office in your company? Like your case here that you mentioned before. How many people are working in that open source program office? How many people is dealing with all these things? And when I've been talking with some experts, one of the numbers they usually say is, well, usually these things are about one person by each 1,000 developers in my company. So imagine all the possibilities related with 1,000 of developers using, contributing, releasing open source, and one person managing all of that. It's a big task to achieve here. But the thing I want to say is these things are key for the company at some point, and basically we are trying not to get people crazy about this job. So that's one of the issues here. So how to manage an open source program office? How I can get some help? Whereas there are communities already, communities of practice or learning or practitioners of people discussing about all this stuff. What I would like to mention, at least two that I know well, probably there are more. One is the To-Do group from the Linux Foundation. Well, both of those are from the Linux Foundation projects, but one is the To-Do group. And actually, the To-Do group is the one that is writing guides about how to manage open source program offices, use cases. There are people from Bloomberg, Amazon, Google open source program offices already there. It's a very active project with a lot of guides, some tools they are developing. So it's for community, health, analytics, for open source software. And at some point, we wanted to add also inner source, but that's a different talk. But the idea is, okay, when we are talking about open source development and health, how you measure that? And there were some initiatives here and there, and the idea is, okay, why not put all together that knowledge into a single brand, and let's start discussing about what are the metrics that matter. And I remember one of the first meetings, okay, what's the key metric we need to say to the people? And we, 25% in the people in the room, and we ended saying like 24 different key metrics. So that means so let's back to this inbound, outbound strategies and how to face all these things. And usually, what I found is people start with questions. I have a lot of questions. Like, from the inbound point of view is, which projects are we using in our organization? How do you know that? And when we are talking again about 1,000 developers taking the decision, okay, I'm going to add these cool things that I found in GitHub, because I go to GitHub or GitLab, I look for some specific projects, and then, oh, this is something that is going to save my time. I'm going to add to my own project. Okay, who's taking care of that? There are already some solutions there. I know SW360 that allows you to maintain a list of all your dependencies, projects, and a description of the ecosystem. But then the question is, okay, what's the health of those projects? How are these projects, they're active or not? Because I go to their repository and start looking, okay, what's typical? I don't know, what do you do? And I would like you to know. only has one release per year, and it's one of the most used open source projects in the world, and it's not that active. So again, healthy could mean very different things. So then there are people looking at things like, okay, how they are dealing with issues, how many issues they have open. So things start to get complicated because you start looking at the, I would say, low-hanging fruits related with metrics and all this stuff. And again, once we have identified these kind of things, the next question is, okay, who are the key people in this project? Because if I have an issue and I have to talk with someone, who should I talk with? With other people that are solving the issues? Is a community? Is a company? Is nobody? Who is dealing with all of that? That's, I would say, that are the typical questions. I don't know if you have any specific questions when you are dealing with this inbound thing. Anything you have in mind? Things that you check before? Sorry? Licenses, okay, good point. Fair enough, yeah. Thank you. I will add that later to the slides to make it more complete. From that point of view, when I am releasing or contributing, well, questions could be similar. Like, okay, which projects are we contributing as an organization? And this has been an interesting exercise for some big companies, like, okay, let's look at where your people is contributing. And there are very different reasons to start guessing that. For example, things like, okay, let's see if my people is contributing to certain projects, maybe I should take care of those projects too, because at some point probably they are important for us. Or things that have happened in some companies is if someone starts to contribute to some projects, maybe someone is looking for a promotion or probably a future job. And I can tell you some use cases about that. And it's very interesting. Or people that, okay, I'm too open that I would like this platform to be also used in other projects. So basically I'm contributing that to those projects. Things like that. Or things related with, okay, which projects are we releasing? If nobody's taking care of that, probably they are going to face issues with IP compliance and stuff like that. Or, okay, let's release an open source project that is key for us. So we are working on that, and then someone in the community send a patch or a merge request or something like that, and nobody take care of that. Because, okay, it's not in our roadmap. No problem, so ignore that. We have released from, I think it was with OpenStack. We did an analysis for them, that's something we called the anti-community. I mean, how many people do a contribution and never come back? I mean, they send up issue or merge requests or things like that. For reasons that you don't know, that could be personal, that could be who answered the issue, or because you ignored that completely, they never ask again or submit another issue or fix whatever it is. And we discovered some communities with, for example, 4,400 people, in the anti-community metric. So that means, imagine saying someone, oh, you have 400 people willing to contribute, and ignore them. Okay, if you have 3,000 people coming, probably you don't care. But okay, it's a number to take into account at some point. And again, from people that are already contributing, who are the key contributors? Especially when you are releasing an open source project, it's not about, okay, we have released, I don't know, our own project, Grimoire Lab, for example, in the case of our company, and we have like, I don't know, 20, 30 contributors. Oh, amazing, it's a nice project. Okay, 25% of them are our own employees, so probably there are not that many contributors, only 5. But from those 5, who are the ones that are only engaged and really engaged with the project? How you can look at that? And usually I use this quote from William Edwards Deming. I don't know if you know them, but he's known for many things related with project management and stuff like that. But I love this quote that without data, you are just a person with an opinion. I am not saying that opinions are bad, but once you have opinions based on data, well, things are going to be interesting to discuss because you have facts to discuss on top of that. So basically, okay, let's start, for example, when people are talking about open source software health, how we can define health. Well, I've mentioned before Chaos. Chaos has released on January this year the second release of metrics to define things related with health. Basically, Chaos, as I said before, is open source projects. They have two steering committees, one related with software, I mean tools to measure things in open source, and one steering committee related with what we call metrics, I mean definition of metrics, so very discussion-oriented thing, people talking in mailing lists, weekly calls, about, okay, let's talk about different metrics. It's divided in 5 working groups. The common metrics working group focus on metrics that are related with any of the other working groups I'm gonna talk about. Diversity and inclusion working groups. So basically metrics about diversity, people coming to the projects and stuff like that. Evolution working group that used to be called growth, maturity, and decline, because the idea of the project has a life cycle like that. Now we call it evolution, because they can live forever, we expect, at some point. Also the risk working group that is related, okay, when you are wanted to use a project, there are some metrics related with the risk of using that project, how to measure that. Again, there's a lot of discussion there. And the value working group, because one of the things that people want to know, okay, what's the value of this project? How I can measure somehow the value. And as you see, well, I don't know if you can see them, but the website is chaos.com/metrics. You can go for details. There are details about the definition of the metric, how you can measure that with the existing tools in the community, all this stuff. And of course, also channels to discuss and things like that. And to make things a little bit easier, last month in Vitergia, the company I work for, we released another open source project to measure things related with chaos and metrics in general that is called Cauldron. Everything in our company has weird names about magic. Basically, if you go to cauldron.io, you are going to be able to build a dashboard of metrics and stuff like that. There are some already predefined, as you see there. So, for example, on the right-hand side, you can see half of all the chaos metrics defined are already implemented in the dashboard. So basically, you can see things related, okay, very simple things. Like, for example, I will probably send you, it's better what it is, Cauldron, and then I will show you, full screen thing that is going to be better. But basically, Cauldron is a 100% free open source software. Everything we do is free open source software. So we are not selling anything here. It's just, if you want to play with it, it's free. It's built on already 3 key open source projects for us. One is Grimoire Lab, that is the tool set that is part of Chaos that we donate to Chaos in 2017, when the Chaos community was announced and launched. We donate that to the community. It's built on OpenDistro for Elasticsearch. If you don't know, it's basically a 100% free open source software implementation of Elasticsearch and other tools that usually you need to use, things related with security, alerting, and all stuff that I will show you later. And Django, we love Python, so we love that Django, and it has helped us a lot. And it's still alpha. It has been announced in FOSDEN, and we have been working on it for probably 3-4 months. So we are small, but it's free open source software, so we welcome everyone to join the community. And basically, the first step is you go to the website. I think I have time to run a quick demo. Let me check. And what would be a presentation without a demo that can break and nothing will work? So basically, this is the website I said, cauldron.io. You can go to analyze a project. You will create a blank or white, empty environment. So basically, by now, it's supporting GitHub information, Git information, GitLab information, and Meetup. The idea is to add, I think it's set already there, but from during this year to add that data sources related probably with Discord, probably with Slack, or mailing lists or groups.io. I mean, also because our idea is that software development is not only writing code. It's related with people discussing, people contributing in very several ways that I will probably talk later. And how it runs, okay, you can go here. Okay, our projects, most of our projects are in GitLab because we love the GitLab. Thank you very much to the GitLab people for it. And you go here and, for example, we hosted it on Cauldron.io. So it's an organization. I don't know, for example, if you know the difference between GitHub and GitLab. In GitHub, you have owner and user and then the repositories. And in GitLab, you can have a very good and detailed level of structure. So basically, you can have a root environment, and then different groups, and then in each group you can have repositories. So we support that. So basically, you click here, you go to the GitLab API, and everything works. There it is. It's start to run. So basically, it goes to each of the repositories it has found and start to gathering data. When you are running this on GitLab, this is for gitlab.com. The idea is also to measure things related with Git. You can see here in advance. You click here. We are tracking information about Git commits, repositories, and also things related with issues and merge requests. So basically, you are going to have all that information at some point. From there, basically, you have two things. One here is what we call the public dashboard. So basically, it's a link you can share with anyone in the community. Okay, this is how this project looks like. I mean, with the community, with anyone. And you have your workspace where you can also build your own dashboards. That the one I have shown you before, I think I have one example here. This is one analysis I ran for .NET recently. Basically, is this chaos metrics dashboard, and you can see things like, for example, this thing. I don't know how many repositories .NET has, but I think it's around hundreds. So we aggregate all that information, and you can see for the last, let me check how, I think this is the last 5 years. 1 sec. So I can exit for, yes, last 6 years. You see, this is Kibana. And it's a standard Kibana. Let's back to full screen to make it easier to read. But you see a behavior here, where basically you see that most of the contributions are happening during weekly days, working weekly days, during the work time. My guess, this is a corporate-driven project, because most of the work is being done during working hours. I have analyzed some really open source projects about gaming, for example, and you see people working on Saturdays, Sundays, Fridays early morning, Fridays late, things like that. Well, in this project, there are some people that has done a lot of contributions around noon on Saturday and Sunday. So probably, I don't know, big release and stuff like that. But there are metrics related, for example, how long does it take to attend the first response on an issue? Not only how long does it take to get the issue closed, but how long, in average, takes for all these repositories, but you can filter by repository, by organization, by whatever. You can also get information about, okay, things like when the issue has been submitted or the pull request has submitted, how long does it take until one person that is not the submitter has answered anything to this thing? That I think is something that not many tools out there provides, but also things related with, this is related with the email domain used by the contributors. We are going to anonymize all the data here. So basically, no emails stored, but at least the email domain is going to be there. So you can do some basic analysis about where people are coming from, especially if they are using their corporate address, like Microsoft.com, for example. .NET is clearly Microsoft.com project at some point. And again, for example, if you want to filter for Git information, oh, I think it writes an error here. There are too many data. Okay. And this is when people things work in a demo. Session expired, okay. That explains everything. No problem. I know how to fix that. I can go to one of my many projects. And where is .NET? I think it's here. Right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I can go to my workspace. Yeah, the session, if you don't touch it all the day in the booth, has this thing. So where are, I need to change to my, this is also a very interesting thing. You have two user access. One is the global one that has all the public information, and the other one is the private one. So the private one is the one where I can create all the things. We are working on improving the user experience that if you click on workspace, you go related to your private workspace. And then in the dashboards list is going to be this. Okay, I have to check twice. Here you go. For the last 15 minutes, probably it's going to be empty. Makes sense. Nothing happens in the last 15 minutes. Let's check for the last year to make it fast. I hope. Yes, it is. Here it comes. So you see here Microsoft, kit data in Microsoft, and some places are gonna appear empty, but some are gonna be filled, and you see how Microsoft people is working on this project. In all the repositories, again, you can apply different filters here, like repository name and stuff like that, or other things that I'm gonna exclude, disable again this filter, for example, just clicking there. Another thing that we are working on is showcasing this information down here. That is, in chaos, they are talking about contributors, but we want to go one step further, and basically is analyzing who are the maintainers, who are the people writing the code, I mean, doing Git commits, who are the people contributing, and by contributing, I mean people that is solving issues, answering questions, answering questions, or submitting pull requests or merge requests. That's the idea. Those people are contributing. They are the core maintainers, but they are sending some valuable information. And then we have the users. And when many people talk about, okay, I want to know how many people is downloading the thing, how many builds are done on top of that, I usually say, okay, that's interesting. But when we are talking about software development, open source development, we are talking about people. So it's probably better metric from my point of view, and I can be completely wrong, to focus on, give me the trends about the people. How many people is asking questions or submitting issues? That is another way to ask those questions in the systems I have. Because those people are people that has taken the time to look at my thing and ask a question. And I will come back to that concept later, but that people is a way to measure this thing. And then I have observers, since we support Meetup, and we are planning to add probably more data sources later, but the idea of, okay, when I am doing meetings, how many people is attending to these meetings? Because they are the ones that are close to the project at some point. I don't know, you know this orbital model that some people is defining about, you have the observers, how is the gravity of the project? Well, we call it the onion model. So basically you have the observers, then you have the users, then you have the contributors, and then on the core of that you have the maintainers. And maybe people are not changing layer, but at some point, and I think it was one of the questions in previous talk about from Ray from GitLab, is are anyone going all the way down to become a maintainer? Because some people see that not as a business funnel or marketing funnel, but a contributor funnel. How you can engage people from just being interested in an open source project and becoming a maintainer. It's a long path, could take almost forever for some projects, but it's an interesting thing. So that's Cauldron. So I think I went too much on this, sorry. So the good thing is all these slides are going to be fast because it was my backup to see if there's nothing running. So here we go. So when we are talking about metrics and measuring, and how many of you here are some technical person? I'm not that technical. I am the CEO of the company, so I'm not the most technical person for sure. But when I'm talking with technical people about, okay, we are talking about metrics, measuring, data, oh, come on, I can do that. I can go to the GitLab API. I can go to the GitHub API and gather data. Okay. And then you have also to measure things in Jira, and then you have also to measure things in the mailing list. And no problem. I have very good skills on this. And I remember one of our first customers said to me, do you know what? I have spent 80% of my time on things I'm not paid for. I need to manage my projects, not to gather data and deal with things like if the API is broken, if something has changed, how I merge the identity of the people across the different data sources, how I can enrich information with where these people are coming from, which companies they are coming from, things like that. So basically, if someone has written code for this, I will use that. That's one thing. But for me, the most important thing is to understand that metrics don't mean anything without a strategy. And the strategy we have worked with companies, with organizations, we have been doing this for 15 years, analyzing open source projects and the evolution, is, okay, everybody in a community is doing this for a reason. I mean, when I'm talking about a community, I'm talking about organizations, I mean foundations, I'm talking about companies, and I'm talking about individuals. And each one of them have very different goals when they are coming to a community and contributing to a community. And those are the things you need to start with. Okay, what are your goals as a company or as a manager for doing this stuff? I mean, for whatever you are doing, what are the goals? Then turn those goals into questions about, okay, I am doing this because I want to lead the market. I want to be the leader on this in the market. Okay, how many countries are coming to your project? How many users are asking from different areas? Those are questions that the key point is, can they be answered with a number? Because then you can see the evolution to your goals. I can check how is it going. And that's with the plan, do, check, act. Again, plan, do, check, act from William Deming, as I mentioned before, has been famous for that. This idea, okay, let's plan how to achieve those goals, then put them into action, and then check, I am doing well. If not, let's replan the thing and start doing that cycle from time to time. So, for example, these are some charts from some users, so I'm going to quickly go through some use cases we have found. This is for Uber, and the case was, okay, I want to know who are my core maintainers in the projects I am releasing, because they were releasing a lot of open source projects, and they wanted to know not only, okay, I want to know how many people is coming, but I want to know who is the core maintainer. And how do we define the core maintainer? Well, we have the onion model for users and stuff, and contributors and maintainers, but we have also the onion model that we call the core, casual, and regular contributors. And by core, we mean the people that has done, this is by quarter, 80% of the contributions. Then you discover that 80% of the contributions are doing mostly around 20% of the people, the Pareto ratio that a lot of people know. Then we have the regular contributors. I mean, the people that do 15% of the contributions. And then we have the casual contributors, the ones that do 5% of the contribution. So basically, it's not the pony factor. It's a little bit more divided, more accurate in that sense. With the idea you can see, first of all, what's the trend? I am engaging more core contributors. So basically, this is the red line, the red bar, sorry. I think what's the red? No, it's the blue one here. And also, you can see, since in some cases, for some companies, we also have the name of the people, you can see if people go from one bucket to the another. So at some point, you can take decision based on, oh, this core maintainer has been a core maintainer for 3 quarters, and now it's not anymore, and he's a casual one. What has happened? Because basically, he has been doing 80% of the thing, and then it's to 5% of the thing. Has he changed of job? Has she moved to another company? Is not interesting anymore? Has been any problem in the community? As a manager, probably as a community manager, probably you can take an action. Okay, let's send an email, things like that. Those are easy examples to understand. Another quick, funny example that Uber people told me that was interesting is where are things happening? And for some APIs, you have information about the geolocation. For other data sources, for example, in JIT, you don't have that information, but you have the time zone. At some point in the commit, it's stored, this has been done on this, from this time zone. Okay, there are people using time zone 0. I don't know. We love to live in the middle of the Atlantic. I don't know why. I am from the north shore of Spain. I promise you Atlantic can be very cold. But you see, there was a pattern in GitHub, in Uber, in their GitHub repositories, that most of the activity seems to be happening, you know where? San Francisco area. And they wanted to be a gold-wide spread company, Atlantic talent all around the world. They were opening offices in Bulgaria, I think, in East Europe, China, and stuff like that. And they discovered that people were not that engaged to send the CVs and stuff like that. What could be happening? And they decided to change strategy. They were running a lot of development meetups and stuff and things like that in the States, in San Francisco area. And they decided, okay, let's do our open source conference in Bulgaria. Because let's make clear to the world that we are not a San Francisco company. We are a worldwide company. And they start to receive more emails, more CVs, more resumes. So it seems that the strategy works. So this, again, is not only about measuring how many commits I have in my project. Well, this is another advanced area I think you cannot read very well, but the idea of, okay, as I said before, where else are my people contributing? And in the case of Uber, for example, they discovered that there were people participating in Facebook and Microsoft open source projects. And there were two things here. First, they discovered, okay, then is this important for you as a manager. You are the ones that have this knowledge about what's going in my company in the high level. So us as analyzers, we don't know. We can tell you this is happening. You can look at the data, but we don't know why. And we sit down and it was like, I don't know if it's people willing to move to another company and then they told me, no, we have it could be. Could we know which repository is this happening? Yes, we can know that because we have a very successful project we have released where basically it's a native React thing to build applications based on TypeScript. And I said React and TypeScript. React mostly from Facebook and TypeScript mostly from Microsoft. So basically, Uber was making contributions on those projects to ensure that their project works as they want. Imagine not doing that in an open source way. I mean, imagine doing that as a company, knocking on the other people's company, oh, you know that I need your technology to be changed, and we need to send an agreement, an NDA, and all this stuff. No, it has been done behind the curtains in an open source way. So they have a very nice story to tell, oh, we are collaborating with these people. Thank you very much, Microsoft and Facebook, to accept my contributions and make things better for us, for our daily lives. This is a very good example of that. And again, there's another thing that we discovered is basically, it's not anymore, this is my community. This is the single community I need to look at. Then you discover that communities are related somehow in many ways. And we have some talks out there about that. Again, this is an example about dealing with contributions, how long does it take. Again, days to merge things and stuff like that. And I would like to end the conversation to focus on another point of view. I've been talking about, okay, this is how from the corporate you can measure things and look at that. But the other thing is this current discussion about consumers and maintainers. I mean, people taking things for free, and they are winning millions and not sharing with me, and what's happening here, and people getting burnout, and a lot of things. This is unbalanced at some point. I mean, there are, and you know that, there are many users for low number of maintainers. And it's because open source is as this. It's basically you are giving things to the world, and you are giving that for free. If you want to avoid anyone to use that, probably don't call that free open source software. So let's discuss again about licensing and stuff like that. We can discuss with OCI a lot. But from my point of view, that's also interesting to reach out that consuming open source without taking care, like going there, oh, this is for free for me to use, it could be fun, but it could be very dangerous if you don't take the needs rated. And I found that one of the ways that helps organizations and open source projects a lot is basically try to move from users, or specifically from consumers, but users, as I said before, people submitting issues, asking questions, to contributors. You probably already have this knowledge at home that, okay, I can answer, after using a product for a while, I can solve some of the issues. Go up to the have issue, check the easy ones, answer them, help the project somehow. This is one way to help. And I'm going to show you, there was an interview to Josh Simon, from Salesforce, open source front office, talking about, okay, if you don't go and never go to a community, and then, I don't know, in a moment on time, a company that like Salesforce go there and say, oh, I have an issue with this project, I need to be solved. You are going to probably ignore, or, well, you're going to get an answer that probably is not very polite. Probably, I know though. Not all the projects are similar, but it's the risk you are facing. If you have been helping on issues, questions, because you already have that knowledge, so it's not that big effort. Probably when you are coming with an issue, someone's going to say, oh, thank you very much for contribution, but I'm going to take time to look at what's happening here. And that helps a lot. So this is one way. And the other, of course, there are many people talking about money. Because sustainability also means, okay, I need to be living on this, and there are a lot of business models, remember, I am in the mood of open source is not a business model, but you can build a lot of business models related with open source. So that's important to understand. But there are multiple options. I want to name a few of them. One are related with already existing business. I don't know if you know about Tideleaf, Open Collective. They are selling services to companies to help the maintainers, or you can put money there and it's then spread across the maintainers if they have any need. That's one way. You have foundations, and there are tons of foundations. And there are foundations quite big and quite well-funded, but there are others that they are not that well-funded, but they are supporting a lot of projects, like the Software Freedom Conservancy. They have a booth here in the SCaLE, so stop by, say hello. Genome Foundation is already there, so say hello, thanks them for all the well things they are doing. Some tip from time to time doesn't hurt anyone. And they have the community bridge from Linux Foundation that can be used to drive some money to projects also there. So again, this is a way to support and help maintainers. Or you can you can start your own open source software funding initiative. Indeed has one. So basically the idea is if you are an the employee and you are contributing to open source projects, they are going to donate money to these projects and they have budget allocated for that. Salesforce has announced, I think, Josh announced this, I think, 1 or 2 weeks ago in Twitter. So basically Salesforce has now one also. And last but not least, well, people think that GitHub sponsors is a good idea. Patron could be also an idea. I see that as my personal opinion as a Git development. So basically, it's like getting tips in a jar for developers. My impression, that is not sustainable on time for a developer to make a living. But okay, it's another way, so I have to list it there to be as complete as possible. And last but not least, as I said before, there are many ways to build a business on top of open source or related with open source projects. And there are small, even individual organizations there making this for a living. So first of all, I would like people to avoid the not invented here syndrome that I've seen in many companies. Like I said before, when you're talking to people about, oh, we are doing this, getting data, and I can do that. I am Google. I am more than experienced with that. I don't need to hire you. But do you know all the things you need to do after that? Okay. Why not get and hire those people? Hire that companies, because, again, it's a way for them to make a living and live on these things. So some final remarks. I would like to share with you just a briefing, because we are 46 minutes of talk, and I would like to know your opinions also about that. But of course, first of all, managing the relationship with open source software ecosystems requires some knowledge about very different topics. And that's complicated for one person, so imagine one person per each 1,000 developers, all the things you need to manage. So I think the second thing is to think about, okay, when you are thinking about managing this thing, open source software is not assets and resources. I mean, it's not something that you can throw away and manage like, this is a thing. No, there are people under that. And there are people you need to deal with. You need to have some soft skills to treat all of this. So I think that's important. And last but not least, of course, there are open source tools and organizations to help you understand all of this. So I think you are not alone. It's not that risky. I mean, it's diverse knowledge, but there are some good documentation there. I, again, recommend you to go to the group and check all the guides that are there. I'm sure that if you see something missing, you can open an issue and start participating in that community. And of course, from my point of view, I think one of the key points, don't ignore your open source software ecosystem. If you think as an ecosystem, as a human living or living being in the middle of the forest and depending on that ecosystem, the sustainability even for that living, that being depends on the ecosystem. So your sustainability and growth as a company, as individuals also could depend on that. So don't ignore your open source like, okay, I'm taking this code, I don't mind what's going behind that code, and you start using it. There are probably people behind that. Very interesting stories. There's a podcast I usually hear that is Underdogs, and they are doing like a monthly interview. They have been doing a monthly interview to open source companies, managers interviews, so they are telling the story of how they started from zero to, okay, I have a company, I'm doing this on open source. And it's so fun to read that. Well, they didn't interview Sid from GitLab, and it was very interesting. For example, how they determine the first client, how I give a price. How am I going to get money from someone that asks me, I want to pay for this? And it's like, okay, I don't know. I'm doing this because I love this project. So let's give, I don't know, $15,000? Yes, okay, that was too low. Next time I need to double things. So all the story, things like that, I think they are very remarkable. So again, then you put, so it's not just that nice code I'm using, it's all the storyline behind that. So go for it. That was my last slide. Well, I have a slide about the company, but I have mentioned it before. You have all the information to contact me there. And that was my last thing. I don't know, what do you think? Questions, comments are more than welcome. Anything to add? Probably I speak too fast, sorry. I always want to say a lot of things. Yes?
If you use a piece of open source software and you want to get more involved in that community, what is a good way to kick that off or sort of say like, hey, I've been using this for a while, but I'd like to be more involved?
So the question, I need to repeat it, just to check that I have understood, is basically if you have been using for a while an open source project and you want to, okay, I want to become more involved, where to start and say, I'm not saying, okay, let's start by, sorry, I've been using this for a while, I have ignoring you, I love the things you are doing. I think it's fair to start, okay, I'm using this, where are the communication channels? Like, probably they are using some kind of mailing list, even the issues system. Even in the issues, if you find, on the other way around, that we are recommending things like, okay, let's start labeling your issues with easy to fix, first issue, things like that. Go there, comment something, or even things I have seen like, okay, this issue I have also found it, and I don't know how to fix it. And then you write, oh, I've been using this software, and this issue is also something I've seen, how I can help. Actually, it's, probably this thing related with open source is not only helping you to improve your, people call that hard skills and soft skills. Your hard skills are okay, technical things, but also soft skills are okay. How to say please and hello and thank you. I think those are the magic words. I think there is also a song about this, are magic words. They can open doors and things like that. So thank you, how I can help. Again, thank you very much, and please let me know how I can help you on this. That's are the things I recommend. That. And again, you can face a lot of very different maintainers' moods. But also, it's something I've seen, people that has changed projects, not only because the technology, but the community behave under that community. Like, okay, I would like to have, oh, you don't have any clue, LTFM or whatever. And I'm like, okay, thank you very much. Probably I'm going to check an alternative, because the other thing about the ecosystems is there are a lot of alternatives to live with. And that's the good thing. Those are, from my point, is personal experience that I have faced. And you're welcome.
Are you talking about open source in general, or those?
In general.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes communities have specific issues that are newcomer friendly. So sometimes labels or something like that will indicate ones where it's great to start. And then they sometimes also have chat channels specifically for newcomers or something like that. So depending on the organization, a lot of projects are trying to attract newcomers. So it's, they're really trying to be mindful of that.
Yeah, using the chats and first coming issues, I think is a good idea. Thank you very much, Ursula, for that. And I said that my first scenarios has been always going to this IRC and that old, or Slack or Jitter or whatever they are using, and say, hello, thank you very much for all of this, and I'm here to learn. That's it. Be humble and go there. Comments or questions? You have.
I'm interested in getting involved in both to-do groups and also chaos project. For to-do groups, do you have to have earlier I thought you were saying, are you part of open source? I wasn't sure if you meant open source offices.
Yep.
Don't have an open source office.
You don't need to have an open source office. And the thing with to-do group that it depends on your organization, but basically the to-do group has this open Slack channel, so you are more than welcome to participate there. to participate in certain areas of the to-do group, you need to be a Linux Foundation member, and then you need to apply all the process they have for SCaLE and stuff like that. In the Chaos community, for example, you don't need to be a Chaos member, neither a Linux Foundation member. It's basically go there and participate. There are a lot of universities, students, people like that that has been studying this thing for a while. So I would prefer to the group to be more open in that sense, but it's how it works. It's their decision, and that's it. Yep.
I know you have, worked with lots of different open source communities. What have you seen as like some of the most successful tactics on getting people to move through the contributor funnel? Like from,
Yeah.
we talked about this in Ray's session, moving from creating issues to, solving issues.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen any kind of practical, steps that work across communities?
Yeah.
Or is it more nuanced because, I know communities vary so much, it could be,
Yeah.
there can be kind of custom solutions.
Yeah, but good question. Thank you, John. Basically, the question is, when we are talking about users, contributors, maintainers, how we can, if there is any mean that has been seen in communities to facilitate or to ease that path, at least. From my point of view, that's like a new talk being discussed for a while in small chats, but everybody, when I explain this thing, and it's not my idea, I think it's Mike from Homebrew Project that has a very nice blog post about the contributors funnel. So I recommend that to read it. It's also saying there how some means to do that, some things that you can do. But things for sure that has helped is, not anybody opening an issue is a code writer. It's not a potential maintainer. But there are some that they are. For those, for anyone that you are welcoming, probably you are going to get them engaged to, okay, this community is nice, it's welcoming me. So if they get used to the product at some point or to the technology, if they are designers or code writers, then I can probably, if there is well documented, documentation can help a lot, work on this issue because I know how to fix that. Or I have some ideas. And they have treated me well when I was submitting issues. Probably they are going to treat me well if I am submitting a solution or discussing a solution somewhere. So again, it's like, let's acknowledge them. Thank you very much. And this is documentation if you want to know more, what kind of developer you are, and then you start making the path smooth to them. And the other thing that is important from my point of view in some communities is, depending on the project, is at some point maintainers need to start, this is again my speaking about about learn to delegate. Because it's this idea of, okay, I have started this open source project, so you feel this is my open source project, this is my thing. And some people don't want that to be touched by anyone, but them, because this is how. And of course, it's good to have people submitting patches and issues and all this stuff, but I will manage all of that. And I know companies driven by, there's a company I know that there's one person reviewing all the pull requests they are having, all one, from anyone, even the company workers. So basically it's like, imagine the bottleneck, right? So now imagine the same behavior, like, this is my open source thing. And the mood you need to, I think it should be good to promote is, once you release something as an open source project, it's not yours anymore. It's community's thing. Of course, if you have an enterprise edition, if you have something under your way of working, probably it's going to be yours because it's your way. But how to make people fit into, okay, this is something we are doing with the community. The word from thank you, the community, to helping us, to we are doing this together, is when you start seeing people, then I can go there and fix whatever bug I found. This is one thing I have on my mind, but of course I think it's not that easy, but that's the challenge. Oh, thank you very much for the question. 2 more minutes we have. I don't know if you have anything on mind. If not, I'm going to free you for party or whatever you want to do in Pasadena today. So thank you very much for joining. Okay, I'm gonna unplug this. And there. Now I need to